Is KCAT ready for us? All right, well then I will call this meeting of the Town of Los Gatos Council to order of November 15th. If we could start with a roll call by the clerk, please.
Councilmember Sack?
Here.
Councilmember Hudis?
Here.
Councilmember Badami?
Here.
Vice Mayor Risto?
Here.
Mayor Rennie?
Here. All right, next we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. My pledge leader was unable to make it at the last minute, so I will be leading the pledge. If you all could join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And now, this is a hybrid meeting, so there are people locally in the room, and we have at this point 8 attendees online. If I could ask the clerk to play our meeting attendance video, which is relevant for both online and in person.
The public is welcome to participate at Town Council meetings, understanding that the purpose of the meetings is to conduct the important business of the town in an efficient and effective manner. At each meeting, the following expectations of civil conduct shall apply. 1. For the benefit of the entire community, the Town of Los Gatos asks that all speakers follow the town's meeting guidelines by treating everyone with respect and dignity. This is done by following meeting guidelines set forth in state law, in the town code, and on the cover sheet of the council agenda. 2. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind at council meetings. 3. Town council and staff are well aware of the public's right to disagree with their professional opinion on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, hatred, and bigotry statements are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at Town Council meetings. 4. All public comments at the Town Council meeting must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. 5. The town will go through the following steps if a disturbance results from a member of the public not following these rules. If participating remotely, town staff may mute the individual with an explanation for the record of why muting occurred consistent with this policy. If participating in person, the mayor may call a recess for violation of this policy, resulting in the immediate cessation of the audio and video recording and the council exiting the chamber. Staff will determine if the individual should be removed or if all members of the public should leave, depending on the extent of the disturbance. In the event that all public members exit, only the press would be allowed back in the meeting. Once the individual or individuals leave, the council would return to the chamber and the mayor would resume the meeting. Persons disrupting a council meeting may be cited for violation of the California Penal Code Section 403. These expectations of conduct also apply to meetings of all town boards, committees, and commissions.
Thank you. That was our meeting decorum video. Next up is going to be council and manager matters. This is an opportunity for council members to let other council members and the public know things that we've been working on outside of our council member as part of our relevant job as council members. But outside of the meetings here. Last time I started on my right, so this time I will start on my left with Councilmember Badami.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. On November 2nd, I attended the Dittos Lane ribbon cutting ceremony, and it definitely was a proud moment for our town in providing affordable housing for teachers. It was widely attended by residents and former mayors and other dignitaries, and we're all quite proud. On November 3rd, I attended a board meeting for the West Valley Clean Water Authority, where we discussed an evaluation of the executive director. And on November 4th, I attended the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee meeting and was subsequently recused from a project that was located at Alberto and Los Gatos Saratoga Road, being that it was within 1,000 feet of my residence. Thank you.
Councilmember Sack?
Thank you, Mayor. Since we last met, three things I'd like to share. First, the Executive Board of the Cities Association met, planning the meeting that the Vice Mayor, Mayor, and I attended. We spoke at length about the Planning Collaborative. It's a collaborative that all cities participate in. We work closely with all the planning directors. And as expected, the topic of concern was the builder's remedy, the housing element, and what should cities be doing to work together and better prepare for comments that we're anticipating in response to our housing element submission. And so I think I was encouraged to hear that the Planning Collaborative is working closely with our planning department, and that any information that they are able to glean, they will be continuing to pass that along to all cities. So the other area that we touched on was just it was a study session, open session for all new council members as existing, on effective ways to work with each other as well as with staff so that we could achieve success and just do it in a way that provides dignity for all. And so I believe those slides were passed around, but I'll let others speak to that. And then the other thing I just wanted to commemorate is that this week is the United Against Hate Week. I know it's the 1-year anniversary of the march that we held last year. And it was just a good reminder. I attended the event that was held at the Jewish Community Center. It was a good reminder of when this town comes together to support one another, we do it well. And just a reminder that if we can think about how we can continue that action that we did last year, to pay it forward and to make sure that we're a town full of compassion and love for one another, we can do amazing things. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Sack. Councilmember Hudes?
Thank you. So I also attended the Ditto's Lane dedication, and very proud to see that we are, as a community, providing housing for teachers. And one thought that stayed with me was that although it only includes 4 units, the impact will be in the hundreds as that facility will stand, and the teachers who live there will provide extra counsel and engagement with our students at the high school for years to come. So it's a very, very important achievement. I've had a few meetings with the Senior Services Committee, the road mapping work that is going on, and I won't go through all of those, but I had probably 4 meetings on that in the last 2 weeks. I participated in the First Friday on Friday the 4th, which was a social event for seniors, and it was well attended, and it was the first one that I was able to attend. It was, and I recommend it for anyone who's interested on the First Friday, and it is held at the Palms restaurant. Then on Saturday, I participated briefly. I wasn't able to do full participation in the annual CERT drill, where I got to operate and observe the radios at the Emergency Operations Center, as a large part of the town participated in that. I'm sure others will talk about that also. I met with members of the Plant-Based Coalition and learned more every time I engage in that. That was on the 7th. And then, let's see, I participated in the Santa Clara County Emergency Operations Area Council meeting on the 10th. And there is information to convey that I will pass through the town manager relating to the weather and the outlook for the rest of the season, which does not take care of our drought conditions, unfortunately. Let's see, one more meeting was the Finance Commission. Oh, I'm sorry, that one did not take place due to a glitch, but we did meet again. The road mapping committee of the Senior Services met again that same day. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Aristo?
Thank you. In addition to the many community events that I've already brought up that I also participated in, one of my favorite things to do that I bring up often is I help with 5th grade bike skills training. And so, you know, if you really want to see the impact that some of our bike and pedestrian improvements have done, get out on a bicycle with 5 5th graders in front of you. And there's a really wonderful feeling of improvement when there's bollards and when there's not cars parked in your way and when you're not next to 40-mile-an-hour traffic. But we're getting the next generation of bike commuters moving here. I was also at the Dittos Lane ribbon cutting. I was at the Conceptual Design Advisory Committee meeting at which Councilmember Badami was recused, but 3 of us were able to hear the application, and it's just a first screening, but it is for potentially a 52-unit residential project at Alberto and Highway 9, and we'll see after the input they receive if they move forward and bring a proposal to the Planning Commission. As a member of the Senior Services Community Engagement, I was there at the First Fridays 55 Plus at the Palms that Councilmember Hudes attended, and the next one will be December, I think it's the 2nd. It's the first Friday in December, so prior to the Christmas tree lighting. Before you head down to the plaza, you can head over to the Palms if you're 55 and older. We don't check IDs, but, and there's happy hour appetizers and drinks, and a nice crowd of people that I think have been really hungry for social engagement. I attended the Cities Association workshop on working effectively with council members, manager, and staff, and found it really, really helpful. So we do have the slides to share with the rest of our council members and a good reminder of an effective council manager form of government and how we can all work together to be a good team and serve our community. I attended the mayor was also there, and I'll let him talk more, but there was a Veterans Day ceremony at the Los Gatos Adult Rec Center on Friday on Veterans Day, which was really a wonderful way to, in a really personal way, celebrate the veterans in Los Gatos. And you gave a wonderful speech, but it was a very good day. And yesterday, along with the mayor, I was at the 55 Plus Thanksgiving luncheon put on by the Lions 55 Plus. I believe food was provided by Los Gatos Meats, and a really strong showing of our senior community who came out to share an early Thanksgiving lunch together. And as a reminder, this is United Against Hate Week. It's a national movement. Last night at the JCC was kind of a launch with a viewing of the exhibit Childhood Left at the Station, a tribute to the children of the Kinder Transport, and it relates to Kristallnacht. And 2 of the panels that are on loan to the JCC will be in our library for the week. So there are activities and exhibits at the library, at NUMU. There's activities through the high school and the Chamber of Commerce for people to fill out a form called I Stand Against Hate Because. And you can fill that out, and they'll be displayed at the high school, I think, at the library and at the Chamber of Commerce. So I encourage people to participate in that. Standing against hate means standing together in love, and that's what our community is all about. And then finally, this Thursday, this Thursday night will be the Los Gatos Interfaith Thanksgiving celebration. And if you haven't attended, my husband and I have been going for almost 30 years. All the faith communities in town get together, and it rotates at different locations. So this year at 7 p.m., it'll be at the Los Gatos United Methodist Church, and that's Thursday night. Everybody is welcome, and there's representatives from every faith community putting together kind of a communal way to give thanks that transcends any one religion and just brings us together. So I highly recommend it for those who don't have a Housing Element Advisory Board meeting that night. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So for me, as mentioned a couple times, we have a senior committee working on, what should our programs of the future be for seniors. And so I've been checking out the current programs that are offered to understand them better. I have now played Pinochle 3 times with the 55 plus programs, and I'm planning to play bridge tomorrow morning with a different group. Checking those out, understanding our programs offerings better, and having a little fun too. I recommend coming out. On 11/2, since our last meeting, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District Board, our Air District Board, met. And on 11/2, I was also at the ribbon cutting, getting to do the ribbon cutting. It's already been mentioned a couple times, but I really wanted to expand upon the job that Sarah Chafin did to put that together. A lot of people didn't think that she'd be able to pull it off. It was a real maze of problems that she had to solve, getting through many different things. So I thought it was impressive, her tenacity to keep going with all the roadblocks that kind of occurred along the way. So, and that was a site that the town bought from RDA money back when there used to be a redevelopment agency, and been trying to put affordable housing there for starting years before any of us were ever on council. So it was good to see that we finally did get some affordable housing built on that site, and thank you, Sarah Chafin, again for making that happen. On 11/3, I attended the VTA board meeting as an alternate to the board. On 11/4, I did a ribbon cutting for Todd Anderson, who's a dentist on Bascom Avenue. As Councilmember Hudis mentioned, I was there for the whole CERT and communication drill where we simulated an earthquake occurrence in town. It was an excellent drill. I was at the EOC in the communication role, taking reports in from the field, and we had people out in the field activated as if something occurred, and they were out walking the streets, checking on things, and we had set up signs like person injured here or power line down. So they had to go through the neighborhoods and find the things that were there, bring back the information to their incident command post in that neighborhood, which then got relayed to me and one other person, and Councilmember Hudis part of the time, that were taking down the notes. And then in our EOC, we had a whole operations center set up where we would log these in and then give it to our operations chief in the room, and so there was lots of this was the most detailed drill that I have seen us do. Every time we add more complexity to it, and I'm getting more and more of a good feel that if there is an emergency, Los Gatos will be ready to handle it. On 11/7, Silicon Valley Clean Energy Risk Oversight Committee met. Of course, I attended. On 11/9, the same Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board met. A couple things we approved was a power prepay program, which was identical to a power prepay program that we approved last year. This is the board approved this allocating of clean energy purchases for approximately about 12% of our load that would result in savings of about $3.5 million per year with no risk to the agency. It basically takes advantage of, it's kind of a financial engineering that takes advantage of the spread between municipal and corporate bonds to prepay our power contracts. There's no risk because the bond is held by or offered by Morgan Stanley, actually, who then splits that spread with us by selling their corporate bond as a corporate bond and buying it effectively at a municipal rate, giving us part of the profit in the form of savings as we pay for the energy as our load uses it. It's complicated. I tried to give sort of a feel for it, but it's a way we can save $5 million and save our ratepayers that amount of money effectively by doing this prepay program. Another thing that's going on with Silicon Valley Clean Energy is we've launched the Community Resilience Program to provide site-level investments and technical support and resources for our member agencies such as Los Gatos. It's a $5 million program we put in, is designed to help communities plan for and protect against the increasing impacts of power outages caused by extreme weather events, wildfires, PG&E's power safety shutoffs. So far, 2 member agencies have completed projects to the program. Included was a solar and battery storage that Milpitas finished on their community facilities, and a multi-traffic light backup battery installations that Saratoga did to ensure their street signals are operational during a power outage. And I believe we have one going in Los Gatos for battery backup on our library, but it's not completed yet, so it wasn't listed in our completed projects yet. On 11/10, I did another ribbon cutting for Restore Los Gatos, which is on Union Avenue in the Downing Center there where the Safeway is. It was very interesting to me. I'd never been in a place like that where they had cryo chambers and infrared chambers and IV drips and different ways of helping you recover from athletic injuries or just improve your wellness. Very, very interesting. I recommend checking it out. Again, that was Restore Los Gatos on Union Avenue. On 11/10, I attend the Cities Association Board, as Councilmember Sayak talked about, and the Veterans Day ceremony. Again, Lizanne Kennedy from the 55 Plus program did an excellent job putting on that program. The speaker was Clyde Horn, who did an excellent job of giving a really heartfelt talk. His talk was centering around veterans and their need to develop their own wellness and the PTSD that they have to go through, and the things that he experienced. He was a Vietnam vet, and how he kind of things he went through to make himself more well over the years. So it was an excellent speech and well put on program. As mentioned, I was at the senior dinner, the Thanksgiving senior dinner, mingled with the seniors. I think Maria was more popular since she was serving the dessert. On 11/14, the Bay Area Quality Management District Legislative Committee met. We discussed the coming year's areas for both the state budget and legislation that we plan to focus for our lobbying efforts. And then I thought I'd mention it, but not related to a council appointment, but appointed as a citizen. I have been appointed to the Fire Safe Council that met earlier today, relevant to keeping Los Gatos safe from fires. We do a lot here. I have joined that as a board member. And that is it for me. I will go to manager matters.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. First off, I really want to encourage everyone to talk to their friends, because we need people to sign up for our boards, committees, and commissions. We have very low numbers of applications, and we have so many wonderful opportunities. Library board, planning commission, complete streets, so many great areas to volunteer with the town. So if you have a few minutes, most of our commissions only meet monthly. It'll be an hour or so every month, and we just really welcome our community to sign up. Applications are due December 2nd, and information is available on our town clerk webpage. We have a lot of other things going on. Some of you mentioned them, but I just want to reinforce them. Our Housing Element Advisory Board is meeting this Thursday, and we'll be talking about the housing element. So those of you who care about housing in Los Gatos, this is a great time to get involved. On Monday, November 21st, our Planning Commission is holding a special meeting to review a couple of development applications, so that's a little bit of a different schedule, so I wanted to point that out. On Friday, November 25th, the day after Thanksgiving, we start our free valet parking service downtown, so come down, shop local, and support our local businesses. On December 2nd is our tree lighting festivities, where the tree gets lit at 6 p.m. So please join us before then for singing and celebration. And I think that covers it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Town Manager. Next up is our consent calendar. The consent calendar, it consists of items that are usually simpler and can be passed with one motion. Sometimes some council members may feel that an item needs further discussion. So the first thing we do is ask council members if they would like to pull an item from the consent calendar for further discussion. Councilmember Hudes.
I had a question on one, and I may decide to pull or not, depending.
Go ahead with your question then. Let's see.
This is on item 7, which is the item discussing the next step for the connector of the bicycle connector to the path. And I just wanted to understand if I make sure I understand the costs properly for where we are, that the total cost is $6.467 million, and the town's portion is $330,000 plus $928,000 plus some others, for a total of $1.43 million, or 22% of the total project. So is that correct? And how is the funding different than what's expected on other overcrossing, the other overcrossing with Blossom Hill? Are we expecting similar percentage? I know we were told that it was 10% earlier in the capital plan, but I wanted to get clarity if it is in fact costing the town 22%, and whether how that would relate to the other overcrossing project.
I can answer that for you. Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works. I think the percentage is actually the town share in the Route 9 project is actually 1.3 million, a little more than that. I think the extra 90,000 down at the bottom in staff costs actually is how we're going to spend the money that's been allocated. So I think the total is 1.323816 of town money, which is about 20% of the project total. And I think the project totals and the percentage that the town puts in it varies from grant program to grant program. And you can see in this project we have multiple funding sources and grant programs that we pulled together, and that's the way the percentage works. For this particular project, other projects would be different.
And there was another question in my long-winded question about how it's the same or different from Blossom Hill, which was estimated at 10% of the cost. Do we still think that one is 10%, or?
I'm going to phone a friend for my project manager on Blossom Hill because she's here. But I mean, I think the project cost share varies by funding program. And so every grant program that we use we have different cost shares for. So I think this is pretty typical of the 20%, and I don't know exactly how. Michelle Quinney, our project manager, is here.
Actually, I think since this is an item on our agenda later on tonight, I think it would be probably best if we consider the question relating to the Blossom Hill when we have that particular agenda item, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, though, that's fine. I just wanted to get to what this one is costing, which it sounds like it's 20%. Thank you.
Okay, so you do not wish to pull that item. So at this time, I'm going to see if any members of the public wish to comment on items on consent. I have 2 cards in the room. If you're online, I have 14 attendees. Please raise your virtual hand, and let me start with people in the room. So if Ivy Chang could come forward to the mic, you have 3 minutes to comment on consent calendar.
Okay. Hi, good evening. I'm Ivy Chen, Hillside resident. I'd like to comment consent calendar item 5 regarding SB 9. I emailed you all directly previously, and then let me summarize 2 items. Number 1, 30% slope restriction. Is it working?
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear you.
So SB 9 state law authorized the town to adopt ordinance locally. The ordinance must be uniformly verifiable. And how can you uniformly verify the slope? And how can you prevent the violation of 30%, 31%, or even 35% if you cannot verify? I strongly request you to remove the 30% slope restriction and not inviting the violation. I recommend you should also remove the below grade square feet in the cut and fill table. With that, the house cut, the maximum cut is 8 feet. And with the driveway in, the 4 feet cut, 3 feet fill, and then the finished driveway is at the maximum 15% slope. That way, with the number, and you can very well control the steep slope development, and it's measurable, verifiable, and non-debatable, and not inviting the violation. And this is the spirit of our town code. My second, number 2, is the first SB9, 1,200 square feet. Nowadays, when people build a house, they tend to build the 1,800 square feet above. And with the ADU coming in, the people build 1,200 square feet below. And you have a power to enable the portfolio of the affordable housing, just increasing the first SB9 units to 1,400 square feet. And I think my comment is reasonable, and you should pull out the consent item 5 to review again. And if you disagree, please let me know how the town can uniformly verify the slope, and why you don't give people more option in the affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. Let me see if there's questions for you. I don't see any, so thank you for speaking on this item. Next up, Lee Quintana on consent calendar.
Can you hear me, or does it need to be lower?
I think we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I would ask that you pull this item for reconsideration. I think you have a copy of the letter or the email that I sent to the town manager, and I apologize for all the errors in it, but I did it very fast after I had spent a lot of time writing a more complete letter, which I decided to rip up when I got to this. My concern is that the ordinance is not clear as to whether the SB9 ordinance applies to all projects that derive from an urban lot split that benefits by using the SB9 ministerial process, which is how I interpret the initial statement of purpose and application, or whether it means that you can apply and get an urban lot split using the ministerial process, and then decide that you don't like the criteria you have to do for the development of the project, and you can do a discretionary process under the town code, which has much more leeway for getting exceptions. I had seen someplace in the document that the second explanation, which is also Tony Jean's explanation in Exhibit 2, Attachment 2, but I couldn't find it again. I kept missing it. And finally, as I was getting towards reading the end of the document I was writing, I discovered way down on page 14 of the 15-page text of the ordinance is a statement that you can do a lot split under SB9 and then choose to do the discretionary process. I don't believe this is the intent of SB9. I don't think it was your intent. I may be wrong, but I really think that needs to be discussed. My reaction when I saw it was initially really, how can this be? Is this the intent of the town? And I say, and then I looked at that again, and I thought it was curious about the choice of where it was placed at the very end of the document under a discussion of the application process for a lot split. When this doesn't apply to a lot split, it applies to the 2-unit housing development. It was curious that it was buried so far in the document. It almost seemed like it was intentional. And again, is that really the intent of the town? In response to my letter to the town manager, she replied to me, "Thank you for those comments. You raised an important point about SB9 housing developments on SB9's lot splits. I am sharing what you found with Joel so he can clarify the intent, which I understand to be that all SB9 housing units are subject to this ordinance, even if there is a time gap between the lot split and the development proposal." And a second email from Laurel, the town manager, stated that staff added this text to clarify exactly the question you asked and the concern previously expressed by other members of the public that once the new parcels were developed, they wanted to be able to choose the process to review the construction of the new property. In addition, on page 70 of the minutes of September 28th, 22, the Planning Commission, that Jennifer Armour stated that the lots resulting from the urban lot split would have the choice of how to develop through the ministerial process application or the discretionary A&S. Obviously, these are two very different interpretations of what the...
So your time is up. Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Cantana? Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. Thank you for raising this. I had two questions just to clarify. The concern about following the ministerial process being denied and then moving to a discretionary process.
No, it's quite the opposite. If it's denied, they can always reapply under the discretionary process. I'm saying they use the ministerial process to get the approval of the lot split and then choose to go to a ministerial process, to a discretionary process, which gives them more leeway and also allows the town to grant exceptions, which SB 9 would not.
Thank you. And is that specific to the lot split versus the second unit?
I don't exactly understand the question and how it would... If you
Okay.
do the lot split, well, let me put it this way. The way the ordinance is written, I find very confusing because my understanding is the ordinance essentially allows 4 housing units on the original parcel, whether you do a lot split or not. So you can do an ADU without doing a lot split under SB 9, but under SB 9, it has the potential of, if I interpret this correctly, of you being able to separately convey that unit, whereas if you just use the ADU ordinance, that's not the case. It's very complicated, and I don't think it's well understood by reading the ordinance.
Thank you. I did have a second
Go ahead.
question. So just to be clear, do you disapprove of what you believe it allows, which is allowing an applicant to get approval ministerially and then to proceed to a discretionary process?
Yes, I think that's gaming the system.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Thank you, Ms. Cantana. I have no more cards on consent. I had a hand going up and down in virtual land. Give it a second, see if they want to come back for consent. I did want to just add a comment for those that are not familiar with this. The SB 9, the way it works is we worked, last council meeting, we worked on the ordinance that's being called SB 9. It went to our planning commission before that. All ordinances are required to have 2 approvals by council. So last week we did the first approval, and then it's brought on for a second approval in case there's any reason, as brought up, maybe there's still concerns or something about what was approved. So we are at the second approval. Most of the work was done last week, and most of the people that wanted to speak on the item last council meeting 2 weeks ago were at that meeting. So just to let others in the audience that may not be familiar of the two approvals of an ordinance, so it doesn't sound like, you know, an ordinance was on consent calendar that we didn't work on. We actually spent a lot of time working on it. This is the standard second approval with some requests that maybe it's not as good as it could be. With that, I will come back. I will close. Nope, the hand is up. So I have, so I assume this is for consent calendar. So I have the name Haran.
Hello, I am Harin, a Las Gatos resident, moved to the neighborhood 8 years ago. Thanks to the council and staff and planning commission for all the effort on the SB9. I have a couple of requests on the ordinance, primarily on the second story 5 feet step back. So I understand the purpose of this rule is to preserve the privacy with the 4 foot step back from the SB9. But this rule creates super weird homes, like a small box over a box. So that we never saw. I mean, I never saw in the town. So, however, as a balance to privacy concerns and aesthetics of the building, I would urge you to consider and exempt the step back rule on a wall that follows underlying zonal setbacks. For example, for R18, we have a 10 feet step back or setbacks. If we follow that, I request you to consider waiving this 5 foot step back on the second floor. So that's one of my requests. And the second one is reconsider the 1200 square foot limitation on the first unit. Probably I understand the requirement of affordable homes, but 1200 seems like for renting it is good, but if we need to reconvey, it becomes real hard to reconvey, and it becomes a burden for homeowner to even create those kind of homes. So to be efficient, I would urge you to consider a little bit higher square foot, like a 1500 or something like that. So those are the two requests I have on the ordinance. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Are there any questions for this speaker? I don't see any, so thank you for your comments. And I don't have any more cards here. If anybody, by the way, if you'd like to speak an item, you should find cards behind the benches if you're in the room. Please fill those out and hand them to one of our clerk department people. And see no more hands online, I will close comments on the consent calendar and come back to council and see if any council members would like to pull an item after what we've heard. Let's start with Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 5 in order to address the procedural question that was raised. The other questions, I think, are not related to a second reading.
Okay. We have pulled item number 5, and so our usual is to put it at the end of our agenda. So now our consent calendar consists of items 1 through 9 minus 5. And now I'm looking for a motion. Vice Mayor Risto.
Whoops. Thank you. I move to approve the consent calendar, items 1 through 9, excluding number 5.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Sack.
I'll second the motion.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Would council members like to make comments on any items on the consent calendar? Not. Would you like to make a comment? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yes, I do want to make a comment. I am really happy to see the pedestrian and bike improvements at Highway 9 and the Los Gatos Creek Trail move forward. There are a large number of houses that are very close to there, including Creekside Village, where people don't have access to the creek trail without using what we call the dog path right now. It's a worn, incredibly steep dirt trail, and this will allow access for potentially hundreds of cyclists and pedestrians This was prioritized a long time ago. It was moved forward by our town council, and I'm glad to see this go forward. Thank you.
Okay, if no further questions, then I will call the question on the consent calendar, which is items 1 through 4 and 6 through 9. All in favor, say aye and raise your hand. Aye. And looks like that's unanimous. No opposed. I saw all hands, so passes unanimously for consent calendars 1 through 9, excluding item 5. Next up is verbal communications. This is an opportunity for people to the public to speak to us about items that are not on our agenda tonight, and about things that are within the purview of the town government. I have one card for verbal communication, again, and so far one hand online. Let me start in the room on this one. So the first person I have is, it's Doc or DOC. Looks, DOC says, name says DOC. Did you wish to speak on verbal communication? Yes. Yeah, come forward. And this was on Film Festival?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it permissible for me to turn around and look at the camera?
There's cameras over here that will catch you. We prefer that you speak to the council, so with facing us.
Okay. Oops. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
You try see if you can get the mic up so that there'll be people online. We want to make sure they can hear you also.
Okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here, and I especially appreciate we're meeting in person again. And the reason that I am talking about a film festival is that there's some controversy running. Netflix had they still are running it now. It's called Cuties, and some people think that it's not appropriate movie for families, and it runs about 2 hours long. But on the New York Post newspaper, they've reviewed it, and you can also just watch the trailer, and you can see what the material is. And what I would like to propose is that artists here in Los Gatos create their own films. As you know, with a telephone, you can create very high quality films. And I don't know why Netflix was compelled to. It's a French film. I don't know why they were compelled to put it up, but it's running there now. And the idea of a film festival, the Academy Awards is going to be running, so people are going to be definitely interested in films coming up. And those of us that are not interested in attending the Vanity Fair party, we could have our own party here. When you watch the movie or even watch the trailer, for me it was touching because you understand why you love children and why you would be willing to sacrifice and protect adult predators from them. So this area has been so innovative and been able to manufacture. We're really now, in a way, with Thomas Edison and Cecil D. DeMille, this community is supporting and affiliated with a giant film producer, and we're in that business now. And so I would just encourage people to watch the Cuties on the New York Post. Just search that out, New York Post, and then you'll be able to look at the comments that other people have made. It's really important. It makes it a lot easier. You don't have to do it yourself. And again, I want to thank the council and everybody here. I send my love and good meaning for this month, and especially people that are celebrating with their families. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any more cards in the room, if you wish to speak on verbal communications, please fill out a card and hand it to the clerk. Online, I have PJ Kearns. PJ, please unmute yourself. You've been promoted.
I apologize, I may have misunderstood. Is this general comments?
Yes,
or only?
This is for items that are not on our agenda.
All right. Thank you very much for calling on me. I want to thank the council for this opportunity to speak to them. I spoke at the last meeting and I spoke for 6 minutes, and I apologize for that. I certainly did not mean any disrespect, and I will try to stick to my time today. Since the event and the meeting last week, residents have received a letter from San Jose Water Company about a $50 credit, which they had mentioned, which John Tang mentioned last time, referring claimants in the letter to San Jose Water Company's website. But their website then refers you to their Risk Management LLC to deal with this third party and giving you a phone number and an email. Phone number is not answered, and they may answer it, they say, within 24 hours, but I'm still looking at that. The president here at the last meeting and in this letter says the claimants can submit claims to their own insurance company, which I'm not sure of the legality of that, but I am getting an opinion. And this would have extremely negative consequences on many of the residents' insurance premiums, as several residents who have spoken with me are already on conditional insurance and have been either non-renewed or are not able to get fire insurance, and people want to stay low on the radar. I believe there are issues relevant to the council and to the town beyond those raised during the November 1st discussions. The town Park and Public Works Department should have or may have issued a necessary permit for encroachment. So I believe that the town has a responsibility and is interested, at least, in assuring that San Jose Water Company was compliant and will continue to be compliant with the required 811 protocol. In Mr. Tang's presentation, he, at that time, and that was already almost 2 weeks, did not know if they had any markings on the pavement. We are going to continue coming up the hill, Jackson and Highland and all these other streets, and driving home, I do not see that any of the markings on Villa have changed, or that the markings on any of the streets coming up the hill are interpretable. Obviously, I'm not trained. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I don't see any questions from council. So thank you for speaking. I will go back. Well, let me ask staff, do we have any more info? This was an item that was on last week with the water company. Do we have any more information to add?
I don't have any more information to add this evening, but I'm happy to make this a council referral. And that way we can work with the water company and find out and address some of the concerns that Mr. Kearns raised this evening.
And we do know that San Jose Water is continuing work, hopefully putting in procedures to not make this mistake again.
Yes. Yeah. So we will follow up, and our Parks and Public Works Department will review the encroachment permit to make sure that what it says in terms of the requirements.
Okay. Thank you. Next up for verbal communications in the room, Lee Fago. Oops, before you start, let Councilmember Badami.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the last speaker, that during that meeting, I expressed my concerns with any claims process that might take course because of the water leakage. And we were assured by Mr. Tang that they would take care of it. And I think I notified the public that in addition to be a council member, I'm also an insurance agent. So I'm very familiar with how claims are handled and the repercussions as to a water claim. And customers get dropped, their premiums increase drastically. So I'm going to insist that we reach out to Mr. Tang and get this resolved as promised during that council hearing. Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll go to Mr. Fago.
Good evening, council members. I'm speaking tonight as a long-term citizen of the town of Los Gatos. I'm not representing any group or organization. Two topics I wanted to touch on. One of them is the employee parking permit requirement now in some of the public lots in town, but particularly the ones downtown that are so labeled. The way they're labeled is a bit confusing. Several people, I've been downtown walking around there, and they were confused by this signage because it says that it is employee permit required certain days and hours. But the confusion is with the people that I spoke with, and this is three different people, three different folks, who had the same comment that, so if I'm not an employee, can I still park here? Or is it for employees only, and why doesn't the sign say that? So I'm going to suggest that that be looked at to see if you can put up better signage that is specific to employees only with a permit are allowed to park in these spaces. The public is not allowed to park. And also, the way the signage goes, it's just a long white strip with that employee permit requirement and the days and times. But then there's gaps of 6 spaces where you don't know if that applies or not. So I think an improvement there could be helpful to all citizens and guests who arrive in town to try and find parking. The second item is the Ditto's Lane property. I saw the ribbon cutting occurred this week. That's good. That housing is now opened up. The town has invested more than $3 million into that site for development on affordable housing, and I think the town should take credit for that and be recognized that it is truly town-subsidized housing. That's what it is. And it can't be teacher housing because that's discriminatory. The only way it could be teacher housing is if the school district or the school itself owns or manages the property, and that way they could make it available to their employees. But otherwise, it's discriminatory to say it's for teacher only. So it's affordable housing, and it should be presented that way, that it's town-subsidized, community, affordable housing. So I'm glad to see that is now finally open and available for folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fago. I don't see any questions for you. Oh. Okay. So did you want to ask now for town staff?
Are you closing public?
Yeah, I have no more cards, no more hands online. I will close verbal communication. So
Okay.
Go ahead with your question.
If I could just have staff elaborate further on the Ditto's Lane housing, because I do want to make sure that we are following housing laws and that those that are eligible. But if, I don't want to get into the legalities. I don't know if there's anything that the town staff would like to say.
One of the stipulations in the agreement with the developer is that it would be made affordable, to income qualified households. So we understand that the vetting of those households will follow all applicable laws. There is interest on the part of our local schools to participate in that process. So it's been open to the full community, and I believe there are other occupations beyond teachers that are affiliated with our school districts that have also expressed interest. So all laws are being followed as future homeowner or future renters are being screened.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so with that, we'll now move on to our first regular agenda item, number 10, which is under other business. And I'll just say that this is a fairly simple item that I debated putting on consent, but since our our regular agenda was relatively short, I decided we would go ahead and hear this. That council can make it short if you like, but I thought it would allow us to highlight how these funds that come from the state to our police department are being used. So with that, I'll turn it over to, looks like, Heather St. John.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Heather St. John, Senior Administrative Analyst with our Police Department. Before you this evening is an annual item asking Council to adopt a resolution accepting funds from the California Supplemental Law Enforcement Service Fund, also known as SLESIF. This report recommends the use of SLESIF funds continue in the spirit of the COPS program. The Police Department utilizes the $100,000 of SLESIF funds in fiscal year 22-23 for frontline law enforcement services, which includes but is not limited to data management and storage of secure digital evidence and technology equipment. These funds have been dedicated in the fiscal year 22-23 Police Department budget. This concludes my report, and the Police Department staff is available for any questions, and we do truly appreciate your time.
Does council have any questions? Not seeing any. Would any members of the public wish to address us on this item? Please raise your hand virtually or come forward in the room. Seeing nobody coming forward, no hands online, I'll close public comments. Come back to council for a motion or comments. Councilmember Badami.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. St. John. I'm going to go ahead with the motion. I move to adopt a resolution accepting funds from the California Supplemental Law Enforcement Service per Attachment 1.
Second by Councilmember Sack. Any further comments, discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor, please raise your hand. Say aye. Aye. That was unanimous. And with that, we'll close item number 10. I thought that could be quick. And we'll go to item number 11, which is to consider adoption of a resolution establishing objective standards for qualifying multifamily and residential mixed-use developments. And Sean Mullen will present for us, I guess.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council members. Before you tonight is consideration of the draft objective standards. The town of Los Gatos has developed objective standards for the review of multifamily and mixed-use development applications in order to comply with recent state housing legislation, implement streamlined ministerial review processes for qualifying housing projects, ensure that these qualifying housing projects align with town expectations and vision to maintain and support the character of the town, provide a set of clear criteria to guide development, and establish an objective framework by which a qualifying project may be evaluated. Excuse me. In collaboration with our consultant M Group, the draft objective standards presented to the council tonight were developed following a review of state legislation and existing town documents, consideration of recommendations received during 5 Planning Commission subcommittee meetings, and consideration of feedback received during 2 community engagement meetings. The draft language was then reviewed and refined through 3 Planning Commission meetings. On September 14th, the Planning Commission recommended approval to the council of the draft objective standards with recommended changes as detailed in your staff report this evening. The document was under consideration tonight, incorporates these recommendations of the Planning Commission. The draft objective standards begin with a purpose and applicability section identifying the reasons for the document's development and the types of projects to which the streamlined process would apply. A key terms section follows, providing definitions for various terms used in the document. The 2 primary sections follow, providing site standards and building design standards. And lastly, the document concludes with an appendix providing an evaluation of existing developments in the town against 3 of the draft standards. Staff is joined tonight by Tom Ford, a principal with M Group, our consultant, and we are available to answer any questions and aid in tonight's discussion. A desk item has been distributed, including comments from council members and additional public comments received after the publishing of the staff report. This concludes my presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Okay, any questions before we go to public comment? Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. I had just a couple of questions about scope. And so the first one is Does this objective standards document apply only to affordable projects, only to 2 units or more, or 3 units or more? I was going through the transcript of the Planning Commission meeting, and I wasn't absolutely clear on that.
Thank you for that question. The objective standards apply to qualifying projects as outlined in the standards themselves and in your staff report. Affordability is not a component of that. And unit counts for multifamily, I believe, are 3 units or more.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead if you have more.
Is SB 9 development considered multifamily, and are SB 9 developments included?
I'll defer to the town attorney to that question.
So the statute defines multifamily as more than 1 unit, so it will cover 2 or more units. And so if an SB 9 applicant is proposing to build 2 or more units, these objective standards would apply.
And then maybe a follow-up to that. Did staff anticipate that in the specific design standards that are before us tonight? Everything to do with setbacks and sizing and architectural aspects.
Thank you. That was not considered during our development of the standards.
Okay, thank you. And I had one more on scope, which is commercial mixed use, live work, is that included?
The statute defines it applies to developments that are 2/3 residential in mixed use projects.
And so that other third could be either retail, commercial, or office?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Sack.
Thanks. I have, if I can, I have 4 questions. The first, to follow up on Councilmember Hughes, so multifamily, does an ADU, that's an interior ADU, I think they call it junior ADUs, would that be considered a multifamily if it's a 1 home, but now you have an ADU attached to it?
So the ADU law differentiates between a standalone ADU and a junior ADU. And so the standalone ADU would be counted as a separate unit, but the junior accessory dwelling unit is within an existing housing unit, so that would not make a project into a multi-unit project.
Okay. It would not make, okay, that makes sense. So, and then I had a specific question, and I included it as the desk item. So it's specific to page 16 of 27, and it talks about limiting the number of units, and I believe it was to minimize mass. It says no more than 6 units. And so my question is, if we're trying to encourage, I'm contemplating conflicts. If we're trying to encourage more housing and smaller units, but we're saying no more than 6, what if it's, I know you hate these what ifs, but what if they're multi-units within what appears to be 1 unit? What's more important, the massing, so that you want to limit, I guess, the linear mass, or do you actually want to minimize it so that it's not more than 6 units? So I guess that's where I'm contemplating what happens when you get to that, if this is supposed to be objective standards.
Thank you for that question. As we indicated in the desk item, that standard was developed out of an existing guideline that is from the Affordable Housing Design Guidelines, and it was identified by the subcommittee as important to objectify and bring forward as a standard in this document. The intent of that guideline, and thus this standard, is to break up massing. Should the council find that it would create a limitation or a restriction that was unintended, we could certainly make changes to the document.
Into more of a process, would you prefer, and again, this is my own opinion, I don't know where others are later, but if the purpose is to minimize mass, could we ask you to recommend what are some options, so it's not limited necessarily by units, but more by mass size or linear mass? I mean, as a staff who will be implementing, could you provide some suggestions on what would be easier to execute?
I'd respond by saying that the document as drafted contains a number of strategies and design solutions that address massing. And perhaps our consultant could help weigh in on this as well, but elimination of that, restricting it to 6 units before you have to have a break, which is really more applicable to row house type development. You may not lose anything by eliminating that, given that the document has a number of other strategies for articulating mass, stepping back second stories, and I'm not sure if Tom Ford has anything to add to that.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Town Council. My name is Tom Ford. I'm a principal at M Group. I read Council Members Sayak's comment this afternoon, and I really think that what she was getting at was how did we come up with that 6 contiguous? And I have to admit, as Sean was saying, it was really about limiting the building mass. When we decided on a unit number of 6, it was assuming that a townhouse might be between 20 and 30 feet wide, and then carrying that out times 6. However, in Councilmember Sayak's email, she brings up a good point. And what about if it's more of a stacked condominium situation? So you might actually get 2 units stacked up. So if you'd like, if the council prefers, we could change standard 1.3 to be more of a dimensional aspect and get away from measuring in units, but measure by linear feet.
Go ahead.
And the other question I had, and I noticed that there were several examples also in the desk item, was more about the bike parking. And again, if there's ways to break it up. I guess what I was concerned about, and I appreciate that there's examples now provided, is I just didn't want a large cluster of bike racks right in front. And so the question for you, since you will be executing this, is are there ways to break it up, or is it more, was this intended just to make sure that there was a minimum, but not necessarily how it looks or where it's placed?
I can answer parts of the question, then I would defer to other staff members that were present for the discussion as it evolved. But the original intent was to ensure that and incorporate bike parking into the standards and to make sure that the numbers were adequate to provide for the residents and visitors. That standard evolved while I was out of the office, and I would defer to either Planning Manager Armour or Tom Ford.
Sure, I can handle that. This is Tom Ford at M Group. Right, Sean's right. We did respond to some requests by the Planning Commission to develop some minimum standards. I believe one of the town council members in your query that came in advance of today's meeting, you referenced the VTA manual. We did consult with that. We actually used the VTA manual to come up with the ratios that we have. However, so that's where we're getting 1 parking space per dwelling unit. I might note that VTA's goal is actually 1 bicycle parking space per bedroom, which in many cases would be more than dwelling units. We also used the most aggressive ratio for commercial retail parking ratio that VTA shows in their manual. And if I can just say as a side item, I noticed that at least 3 of the council members talked a lot in their queries about bicycles. And I kind of saw 3 issues. One is the ratio, the number of spaces provided, how it looks in the public realm, including maximum size of a bicycle facility parking area. which I noticed the Santa Cruz standards have. And so there's a number of ways we can do to make those 3 standards that we currently have for bicycles better. It would be great to get some guidance. Is it about size of individual lots, where it's located, things like that? And we can talk more about that later.
Okay, I don't see any more questions at this time, so I'm going to open public comment for this item. I don't have any cards from anybody in the room, so please fill out a card. I'm going to start online with Louis Liss.
Hi there, this is Louis Liss. I'm an Associate Director of Real Estate Development at Eden Housing. Thanks for having me. Eden Housing is a 54-year-old nonprofit organization dedicated to affordable housing. We're currently working on our first project in Los Gatos, and we're active across the South Bay and the rest of the state. I'm calling in to comment on the proposed objective design standards, which we really appreciate as a way to make the approval process for more new housing more predictable. Unfortunately, a few of these standards may increase the costs and complexity of delivering affordable housing. Minding our costs is very important in today's economic environment, especially as our key funders continue to emphasize cost control when they're deciding on projects to fund. I apologize that these standards are just now coming across my desk after the outreach process that was conducted by staff earlier. I ask that the town and staff please consider adding flexibility on a few standards, particularly for affordable housing. First, for the open space requirements in Section A10, we would request that the space requirement is reduced for affordable projects, at least. Finding extra land for ground level open space or creating balconies can add significant costs and complication to our projects. Second, for the massing and scale requirements in B1, the majority of the menu of options to break down building mass come with high costs or may reduce the number of units that we can fit on a site and affect project feasibility. We recommend allowing affordable projects be permitted to choose fewer features. Finally, for the roof design standards in Section B3, we request that affordable projects and others be allowed to build simpler roofs. This is a major cost in our building envelope, and additional features may bring long-term maintenance concerns as well. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Liss. Are there any questions? I don't see any hand. I do. Okay, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Liss. I appreciate the concern you have with some of these standards potentially increasing the cost. On the other hand, one of the values Los Gatos has always had with inclusionary housing and other construction is that affordable housing not look like affordable housing. That if you are seeing the housing, it doesn't scream out that it doesn't fit in. So I'm curious if you had suggestions or other comments about specific issues that would raise the cost, but you could still preserve a look that wouldn't stand out so differently than market rate housing.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, and I actually am fully in agreement. I endeavor to deliver projects that look like they could be market rate and that you would have no idea by looking. So I think one way could be to extend the standards across all housing types, which could be important in this economic climate where even market rate housing is struggling to pencil. Or perhaps, I would be happy to work closely with staff and talk about whether there are some exceptions that could be made that could be less perceptible, but still helpful if the desire is only to help decrease the cost for affordable projects.
You have another one? Go ahead.
Thank you. I actually have a question for staff, so if anyone else has a question for the speaker,
I think
I'll
Mr.
wait.
Hudis did.
Thank you, and thank you for participating at this point. I'm trying to look back to see whether Eden Housing had provided input along the process, and the only thing I could find was a comment from Commissioner Janoff in June. So I'm wondering if there are other documents that Eden Housing provided that maybe weren't in the staff report, or maybe I just haven't been able to find them.
That's a question for you, Mr. Liss, I think.
Yes.
Oh, I don't have any record of Eden providing comments on this. This just sort of came to my attention yesterday, and I consulted internally with my team, and I don't believe anybody had commented. But if we had an internal miscommunication and we've already commented, I'd be happy to learn.
Thank you. I couldn't find anything. It was just a comment from one of the commissioners. I couldn't find any documents. Thank you.
Okay, I do have another question for you from Councilmember Sack.
Thank you, Mr. Liss. Could you be a little bit more specific on how much you would recommend that we decrease open space? I noticed that in the red line version from the Planning Commission, they've already recommended that we go down for the private recreation space and the community recreation space. And so my first question to you is that sufficient? And if you saw that decrease, and then second, if you thought there was an additional decrease that you would recommend?
I did see the decrease. I would prefer to have a decrease in private recreation space for the upper floor units. To my knowledge, the best way to accomplish that would be through balconies, which can have a tremendous challenge from the management side on affordable housing, as well as for us, we have long-term concerns about the maintenance since we own forever. So reducing the amount for upper floors to perhaps none would be great. And then on the lower floors, I believe the standard was 120 feet. Going down to 60 might be something that we could more easily meet without a concession.
And if I may.
Go ahead and follow up.
You mentioned the decrease in the upper balcony because of maintenance, and would the decrease on ground floor also be because of maintenance, or is there another reason?
Oh, sure. For the ground floor, really having to provide private open space, as well as meeting other objective standards on the building mass, such as setbacks and the like, really eats into our building footprint and limits our ability to, create units that are a size that are accessible for really anybody who can move in, as well as just overall making sure that our unit count meets funding standards and can create a viable project. So that's sort of part of where the concern for ground floor private open space comes from.
Okay, thank you for the information.
Okay, I don't see any more questions for you, Mr. Liss. Thank you. I don't have any cards. Okay. Let me finish with the verbal comment, I guess. I don't see any cards in the room, and I don't have any more hands online, so I'll close verbal communication and come back to council for questions. We'll start with Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. For the staff, I'm trying to tease apart like what we normally allow, what we're mandated for affordable housing, what exceptions can be granted. So it seems to me that when there's a project that includes affordable housing, they are allowed certain exceptions in terms of either setback or height or other things. Would open space be part of it, or how does that play into what exceptions are allowed for largely affordable construction?
Thank you. If I may, I'd ask the Director Paulson to address that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So what I would offer is that for these projects, the streamlined ministerial projects, if they do not meet all of these objective standards, they can't go through that process. So they would go through our standard process, and there's a number of mechanisms, whether it's state density bonus law or some other law, where they can request concessions and waivers. So that's what you've seen in the past. They just would not be afforded the opportunity to go through this streamlined ministerial process.
So then, I guess as a follow-up, I mean, the point of having objective standards is to decrease uncertainty, allow projects to move forward without a lot of delay and cost. And so it does sound like there's a concern that we've put objective standards together that will make affordable housing difficult and may force them to go through a more expensive process.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So what I'd offer is, this kind of all started with SB 35 and a number of other laws that directly point to objective standards are the only standards that you can apply. Again, there is also our existing discretionary process, but you are correct. If they don't meet these objective standards, then they wouldn't be going through that ministerial process, such as SB 35, for instance. There are always new laws coming down and being signed by the governor. So, you know, there may be other mechanisms in the future, but for this specific project, for these qualifying projects, for the objective standards, these qualifying projects need to meet these in order to go through that ministerial streamlined process.
Go ahead and continue.
Through the mayor, one more question, and I don't want to open a huge can of worms. Was it considered that we could have different objective standards for affordable housing versus multifamily? Or versus market rate?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, for instance, we do have one site that has an affordable housing overlay zone. So it has its own specific standards. They're not all objective, but it does have its own design guidelines. We did not contemplate different standards for affordable versus market rate. I think that was not something that was in the scope for us to look at. I think there are other mechanisms for affordable projects or even mixed income projects. If they hit certain affordability thresholds, then they can take advantage of some other state laws and go through a process. It's just not down to this ministerial level like an SB 35.
Let's go to Councilmember Badami. I don't think you've asked questions yet on this one.
Thank you. I wanted to expand on the balcony size. We've got attachment 16 that addresses the balcony size that architects object to, and we heard the speaker comment on how larger or open space might not make it so affordable. So if we were to, reduce the size, is that something where we would need to amend the town code first, or would it need to be changed, or how would we do that in order?
Thank you for that question. The reduction that we saw between the last planning commission and tonight would not, to my knowledge, require the town code to be changed, because the projects that the objective standards would apply to are specific to this process. So if the council directs staff to make a further reduction or a change to that number, I don't believe we would need to amend the town code.
I can add to that. The staff is proposing that the town adopt the objective standards by resolution. And so it's easier to make changes in the future. If it's not codified, it will be in a resolution. But if the council were interested in making that change, we would need to amend the exhibit to the resolution.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilmember Hudis.
This was a follow-up on a question or an answer that I heard before that said, I believe Mr. Paulson said that if not all of the objective standards are met, then it could not move forward with the ministerial process. I'm looking at the points work that's done on page 292. There's an interesting comparison to the existing, but what do the points mean for an application? Is there a point threshold, or is there an absolute? How does this point system work relative to the statement that they have to meet all?
So the point system, thank you for the question. The point system requires that you achieve at least 16 points by implementing some of the design solutions presented in the document following the statement that it needs to meet 16 points. So it allows the developer some flexibility on the exact solutions that they would like to implement and achieve those 16 points. Relative to meeting the objective standards to qualify for the ministerial review, they would need to meet the 16 points. Not all of the bulleted items, the kind of the laundry list underneath it of design solutions. So part of our evaluation when an application comes in would be to evaluate and total up the 16 points, at least.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that that's clear, because it sounds like something a little different than what Mr. Paulson said earlier about meeting all criteria. It sounds like, and is the point system well explained in the document so that it's clear? So I guess I just want to make sure that I understand that we're not saying that everything, that an application has to meet all of the criteria. It just needs to meet the criteria enough to add up to 16 points. Is that a clarification on what Mr. Paulson said earlier?
I think that's a fair clarification. The criterion that it needs to be satisfied is to achieve the 16 points.
Okay, thank you.
I think our consultant wanted to add to this. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. No, I was just going to say what Sean said there in his last sentence. What Mr. Paulson said is correct, and the standard that has to be met is the 16 points. Everything underneath that is a variety of ways that you can achieve it, but the standard, the objective standard is an applicant must achieve 16 points in some way as laid out below.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to a question I have. I've been trying to understand this private recreational space requirement. Does that mean that every unit has to have a balcony? Because I know most apartment buildings, well, many apartment buildings don't have a balcony for every unit. So is there some other way to provide private recreational space that's not a balcony?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, other strategies that are available are terraces, rooftop decks, all accessible from the unit. So balconies are not the only solution. There are other solutions that would be available.
Okay, so following on, so does private mean private to that unit only, or could private be to a number of units could use the same spot and that would still be called private recreation space, or does that become public recreation space?
Private is to the single dwelling unit, accessible from the single dwelling unit. So it's private to that unit. The community recreation space is the shared space.
Okay, so then question to my assumption, aren't there buildings that don't have private recreation space for every unit?
I'm sure there are. I couldn't think of one offhand, but I'm not sure, the standards and the guidelines that were used to develop those buildings and when they were built.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the Aventino ones. I've been in those. I don't think they all have balconies, but I might be wrong. Director Paulson, did you want to add to that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A couple just points. One is many of these objective standards, the starting point was town code. So for instance, in our town code currently for multifamily dwellings, there's a minimum of 120 square feet for upper level units and 200 square feet for ground floor units. So that was kind of the starting point. We, brought that forward. Architects made comments. Planning Commission agreed. You can reduce that. Some of those, like Aventino, specifically one is in a PD. If you look at the units, the gentleman from Eden spoke earlier, those do not have individual private open space. Many other jurisdictions, you don't see a requirement for that. But that is the base that we started from, and if the council is interested in reducing that for market rate or all units, then that's definitely something that could be modified.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Badami.
Just a quick question. It's kind of trivial, maybe. Why do we call it recreation space and not outdoor space? Is there a reason?
Thank you. I'm not aware of any reason, and as Director Paulson said, the starting point was the town code, and that's the terms used in the town code.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Does that mean that recreation space could also be inside community space, or is it inherently outdoor space? I mean, if somebody put in a gym or had a rec room, does that count as community recreation space?
Glancing at the definitions now, for private, I would speak to that quickly, that it's outdoor space. For community recreation spaces, those can be public gathering spaces such as plazas, outdoor dining areas, squares, pocket parks, or other community areas for the use of residents and the business patrons and tenants. So I'm not sure that that definition explicitly limits it to outdoor spaces because of the term other community areas, and that could be a point for the council to help clarify.
Ms. Armour, did you want to add to that?
No, actually, I was going to add just what Mr. Mullen just stated, that those definitions do provide some clarification, but if there's more specificity desired by town council, that could be added. I do believe that the intent for community recreation space was that some of it would potentially be indoors, but there is also a requirement for landscaped space, open space, and so the combination of the three requirements would end up providing some space that is private to each unit, some space that is outdoor landscaped space, and potentially some community space that is indoor and or outdoor.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to try to encourage us moving towards a motion. Councilmember Hudes?
I still have a couple of areas to explore, if I may. One is about architecture, and I had some questions about that. The first question is, what's the opinion of the town's consulting architect on the architectural aspects of these objective standards, including things that he has commented on frequently, such as facades, articulation, columns, recognizable architectural styles relating to neighborhood compatibility and that type of thing?
Thank you. The town's consulting architect was not involved or engaged during the development of the draft document, but it's worth noting that many of the standards in the draft document stem from existing guidelines that the town's consulting architect was involved in drafting. The town did hire M Group based on their fit and expertise to provide guidance through the process of developing the document.
Okay, thank you. I guess I had another sort of important question about architectural, and that is, what have other communities done with regard to architectural style and compatibility? There's some examples that I came across in Palo Alto, Windsor, Santa Barbara, El Monte, and Sutter Creek. I'm looking for this in here, and I'm not finding anything about architectural style as a measure for neighborhood compatibility or other kinds of things. Was that omitted? And if so, why wasn't that considered?
Thank you. So during the development and research phase of the project, staff looked at a number of different jurisdictions, including Santa Barbara, Alameda, Calistoga, and Montecito. Developing objective standards for specific architectural styles presents challenges in that there's so many different architectural styles, and we look at a town with a long history and a developed context like Los Gatos, it makes it even more difficult because you're dealing with an existing built environment and infill, creating compatibility and creating objective standards for each architectural style would create a document that would be rather lengthy. It is more easily done with greenfield development, where a single developer or a town or city guiding a single developer selects one or two or three architectural styles and provides objective standards. If that were the case, that could be something that would be more easily achieved. But the focus of our efforts was to develop standards that ensure quality design within the style selected, and that would help support the community character and reinforce the standard of high quality design in the town.
Thank you. I had another question in a related area, but the reason I raised the architectural is that was one of the major reasons that the North 40 came upon us without the town having adequate objective standards relating to the look and feel of Los Gatos. And for a long time, I raised the issue about the look and feel of that application And, it came down to the town not having adequate standards. And so we lost that court case over that issue. And it was raised a number of times with staff. I raised it 2 years ago. I raised it again a year ago as an important component. And so I am surprised that that was excluded since it was so important to us for that reason. The other related one is Hillside. And although there are fewer communities, have there been any consideration to hillside views and standards for providing views of hillsides similar to what is in our hillside design guidelines and standards, or hillside development guidelines and standards document?
Thank you. So the subject of protecting views was discussed at length at many meetings at the subcommittee level and the Planning Commission. The conclusion that was reached numerous times was developing objective criteria to protect views is inherently very, very difficult. And we did not find in our research, and Tom Ford could expand upon this, we didn't find in our research successful objective criteria for protecting views from the valley floor to the hillside.
Well, I would also ask, in one of the hearings, Mr. Ford was asked about it, and he stated that views of the hillside would have to be protected by an ordinance, and that Los Gatos has no such ordinance. In fact, there are standards found on page 13 to 15 of the Hillside Design Standards and Guidelines that support views of the hillside shall be protected from adverse visual impacts by locating buildings in certain locations, that they must reduce the visual impact, and specific ridge lines are named for protection, and suggestions were made about how to measure that from a specific development that were provided to staff a long time ago. So it sounds like some of this was based on Mr. Ford saying that we have no view ordinance and therefore we can't proceed. Is that correct?
I think that was certainly part of the discussion, and I think some of the examples that you provided from the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines, we certainly reviewed those in the effort to objectify them with to quantify them as well and put quantified limits on them. It's quite difficult, and we even looked at the way that we look at visibility and calculate visibility, which seems like very objective criteria in the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines. It changes with perspective, and it changes even in your view area of 500 feet up and down a road. The other consideration is to think about the potential for these types of developments in the hillside, and the likelihood of this level of development was considered low. But all those factors combined led us to not develop standards for protecting views of the hillside, and was discussed at length with the Planning Commission, and they forwarded a recommendation of approval without direction to create them.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I found the comparison of 3 projects that exist in Los Gatos right now, and then holding up the standards that we are talking about imposing and seeing how they measured up interesting. So these are not standards that were in place when these projects were approved, but we're looking back and seeing what would match. And so when we look at it in terms of meeting all of the criteria, the University Avenue at Los Gatos Saratoga Road is the only one that hit all the mark of what we're putting into place, or what we're proposing to put into place, where under B11, it had to have a minimum of 3, and it had 3 criteria. B41 was not applicable. B43, 16-point minimum, and it had 24 points under that criteria. The next one, Aventino and the North 40 Market Hall, fell short, either on not meeting. So one of the things that struck me was I wonder how they would look different if they had had to meet that criteria. But the other is, are our criteria biased toward very traditional architecture?
Thank you. These examples stemmed out of discussion with the Planning Commission, and the motivation was to find out, well, is this achievable? It's specific to especially these point systems and the select 2 of 3 or meet minimum 3 of 5, whatever they be for each of those standards. And the Planning Commission directed staff to find some existing development, obviously developed without these standards, and score them. And so we brought that as an attachment, and it was, I believe, discussed when I was out of the office, but it was requested that something like this be included as an appendix. And so to your question, how different would these look? I remember working with Ryan Safter, our associate planner, and some other staff members in the scoring process. And what we recognized is, while some of them fell short, or, because we looked at other examples as well, it didn't seem a heavy lift to achieve the points given the other design solutions that could be implemented. And I'm not sure, I could ask Jennifer Armour to jump in if there was any discussion with the architects directly, because I wasn't involved in that discussion relative to these point systems.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I can add that this was discussed and it was a feature, an example that was particularly of interest to Planning Commission. They felt that it really helped to provide examples and a fuller understanding for the general public of what these standards mean. There was a desire in the end, the conclusion from Planning Commission was that the graphics within the document should not be photos or photorealistic, because that implies elements that maybe aren't actually part of that particular standard. And so the diagrams that you see were what was recommended to move forward. But the idea of having some illustration of how these would function in real life buildings, and seeing that even buildings that were developed without these standards come very close to meeting them. And so, as Mr. Mullen commented, even when they didn't get the required number of points or meet 3 of the options where that was required, that they were meeting 2, and so a slight modification could bring those into conformance, and you can have good design that was approved through our standard process, that also meets these standards.
More?
No, I was going to say, I found those examples really compelling because, yeah, it seems like as those projects came forward, if they had to meet those criteria, there would be small changes, but we could still have a diversity of architectural types that would be high quality. So I appreciate that as an example. Thank you.
Councilmember Hudis, go ahead.
One more about the process. I believe early on and a couple of times, Ms. Quintana raised the desire to have one unified document that included all the objectives that applied to qualifying projects. Where did we end up on that one unifying document? Was that created, or are we still at the point where some of the objective standards will be found in other documents, and there's not one place to go to understand what are the objective standards?
Thank you. The other documents, such as the general plan and town code and other guidelines and standards, are included as reference on the first page of the document. It was decided in discussion that including all of the other objective standards in these documents would cause 2 challenges. The first being that it would be a very lengthy document, and we were trying to make this as user-friendly and approachable as possible. And second, it creates complication should any of the other standards change. When you have standards located in multiple documents, it can cause more confusion and challenges to making sure that everything gets caught and updated properly.
Go ahead.
Just as a follow-up, so do we think we're on the right approach to creating this standalone document that does not contain all of the objective standards as an alternative to revising the other documents to contain objective standards? It seems as though we chose this path early on, and I just wanted to make sure that where we are in the process, we still think that's the best path forward. That is not to revise the standards that are in the other documents.
I'll defer to Director Paulson on this.
And one thing, a point I just wanted to make sure I understood is that where there's a conflict between this and another document, what happens?
I would respond with, we've done everything we can to avoid any conflicts. We've started with existing guidelines and we started with existing standards. There are some changes. The outdoor recreation space is the example that comes to mind, or the community recreation space, where we were requested by the Planning Commission to reduce the number. So yes, that conflicts, if you will, with town code. If a project comes in and it's qualifying and they invoke this process, we would apply the limitations or the requirements of the objective standards.
One thing I would add is if there's a conflict between this and a higher document, such as the general plan would govern.
What about building codes or other design guidelines and standards like the hillside development guidelines and standards?
If the way this is set up is if a project wants to go through this streamlined ministerial process, they need to meet these standards. If they want to do the discretionary path, then the rest of the town code, which incorporates the building code, would apply. And I don't believe any of these standards conflict with the building code because these are more design oriented.
To my knowledge, the building code was not anything that we encroached upon.
Go ahead, Ms. Armour.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to the discussion an example of one of the items that is listed here as additional documents that might have objective standards that would apply to help understand how these documents would work together. One of the references is the Parks and Public Works standards. So for example, standards for sidewalk width, curb, gutter, driveways, all of those standards still apply, but including those kinds of details and requirements within a design document like this would, as Mr. Mullen mentioned, really make this a much larger document. But by referencing these existing documents at the beginning, it is trying to make it clear to applicants if there are other locations within the town's regulations that they should be looking to ensure that they are meeting the town's objective standards coming from multiple sources.
Go ahead.
And just to reiterate my first question, does staff still think that this is the best process rather than revising the various other documents to create this as a standalone document?
Thank you, Councilmember Hudas. I would say that at this point, staff does feel that this is a good method for producing objective design standards for these types of projects. And by listing the other applicable documents, it does provide clear direction to the members of the development community or the public who wish to use them as to where to find other documents, for example, those public works standards.
And if I may, as we go through this process, if the council believes that our other documents do need to be revised and updated, then we would recommend that we add that to our list for strategic priorities. We just don't have the staff capacity to modify all of those documents at the same time. And so this resolution that's before you is a streamlined way and a user-friendly way of bringing the needed information together in a single place. But the council could certainly direct additional work later. But again, we probably wouldn't be able to do all documents at the same time, so you would still need to prioritize which ones you think need the most work. Thank you.
Councilmember Badami, go ahead.
Thank you. So if we continue this path, and to avoid any confusion, Ms. Quintana had offered in a desk item that perhaps we should change the title or clarify the title to read for qualifying multifamily and residential mixed-use projects. Would that make sense? For anybody who wants to answer that?
Thank you. I think the intent is to adopt objective standards to comply with state requirements. If the council would like the title to be updated per Ms. Quintana's recommendation, staff would certainly move forward with that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sack.
Okay, I think I'm going to see if we have areas of consensus. I've heard 3 areas that were raised for discussion. One was with the mass, specifically, I think, let me find that. Page 16 of 27, townhomes or row houses shall have no more than 6 contiguous units in any single building. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mullen, but I heard you say that if this somehow limits the number of units, that there are other ways to limit mass, and so this could be deleted?
Thank you. I think I offered that I believe in the document there's other treatments for articulating mass and treating mass and achieving attractive design on building facades. So I think elimination of this would not be very consequential. And I believe Mr. Ford had additional comments relative to your question.
Okay, so then, Mr. Ford, if unless you have a better suggestion, again, my concern is, I agree we want to limit mass, but at the same time, I don't want to limit units. So unless you have a better suggestion, I would advocate that we remove this.
If that, thank you. If that is your direction, that's fine. I mean, I think it's also just as easy to put a dimensional metric on it, but we can get rid of it also.
Okay, so Mr. Mullen, I go to you now. Do you prefer, I could go either way. I just don't want to limit units. So do you have a preference?
On the fly analysis, I think a dimensional limit, if the council would like to continue having some sort of limitation, I think the dimensional limit avoids an artificial cutoff based on units and allows more flexibility and could provide more opportunity for designers and again, back to the flexibility point, that's a big component. And preference, I'm not sure. I would defer to the council during their discussion, but I think dimension could make a lot of sense.
Okay. And then what I'm hearing, if you don't mind, Mayor, I'll keep going. Bicycle access, it sounds like having a requirement per unit, but not necessarily specificity on where that goes or how it looks like. But I do want to hear from others that are more knowledgeable on this item. And then the other area, the recreation space, I could go either way, and I'd like to hear others. But those are the 3 areas I feel like may need more discussion, because I think it might require some changes based on what commissioners have suggested and brought forward.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I had a question. For the 6 units, it refers to townhomes or row houses. And how is a townhome defined? Because when I first started thinking about, having it maximized at 6 units, I then envisioned condos. And what if you had them stacked and it was, first level, second level, third level? You could end up with 18 in the space of 6. But that sounds like that's not a townhome or a row house. So is there some definition that would preclude that being an issue?
I'm sure there is a definition, and nothing's going to jump to mind because it's been a long time since I was in planning school and reviewing definitions like that. But the row house, and that all stemmed from the affordable housing design guidelines, and it's the intent is for a unit that has multiple floors, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think council's bringing up a very good point, especially the numbers that you brought up, that in the space of 3 you could have 18, or you could have 9 if you're doing units on multiple floors, singular unit per floor. So I think looking for another way to limit massing or eliminating this limitation altogether could address that.
Okay, then I would be in favor, because I don't want to get into a whole definitional thing where suddenly somebody does define it as a townhouse and it could be stacked. I would be in favor of eliminating, 1.3. Going to bike parking, I have a lot of reservations about the way this was written, because it talks about, not reservations, I think it wasn't discussed robustly. And I looked at the VTA bicycle guidelines, which should be adopted by everybody, or it should be a guideline for everyone. And then Palo Alto and Santa Cruz had more robust bike parking requirements. And I think all we talked about was 1 space per unit, but we didn't talk about the quality of the bike parking. And I will tell you, as somebody who keeps their bicycles in the garage, and I know most people who have a bike that they want to make sure they can use the next day would not lock it to a wire rack. Wire racks, if we don't specify what kind of bike parking, what you're going to end up with, on a 24-unit development is 24 empty bike racks. And so when I look to the VTA guidelines, as well as what other cities who have implemented good bike parking, they talk about Class 1 bike parking. And Class 1 bike parking is a bike locker or a bike room where the bicycle is safe from theft, protected from the elements. Essentially, if somebody has a nice bicycle that they're using for commuting, we're basically saying, how would you feel if you put your car out there in the rain, put the windows down, leave the doors open, and leave the keys on the seat? That's what Class 2 bike lock is. And that's Class 2 bike parking is basically meant for temporary, maybe an hour, and it has to be able to use a U-lock. And so I just feel like if we're going to talk about bike parking, we have to spell out what it is, or we'll end up with poor quality bike parking that won't be used, won't serve its purpose, and frankly, it'll probably be unsightly because it'll all be clumped in one area. So I don't know how we can move forward on this. I mean, I would, one recommendation would be to adopt the VTA bike guidelines, which spell out what options are for Class 1 bike parking. A concern that was brought up by somebody else at one point was, well, what if we have all this bike parking and it's not used? It's expensive. A bike locker can cost between $500 and $1,000 for a space. A car parking space costs between $10,000 and $50,000. So, relative, it's a deal, but we can't trade off. We can't say in lieu of car parking, put in 6 bike parking spaces. So I am concerned about imposing a large fee. I'm wondering if we could entertain, because we can always change our ordinance, reducing the number of parking spaces per unit, but requiring that it be high-quality bike parking. That's the kind of thing I would want to lean toward. Because I think if you have a 24-unit townhouse complex and you put in 24 crummy bike racks, it's not going to get used at all. I would rather see 12 or 6 bike lockers.
Councilmember Sayak?
If you could give us guidance, or staff give us guidance. So I know you want us to move towards some action. There's some areas where it sounds like there's some unknowns. Is it the recommendation that we move what we would like forward? And if there's like an area like this, bike, that this piece specifically come back? What's the guidance on how to move this entire document forward?
If I may, I think, going issue by issue as you laid out has been really super helpful. So I look forward to the rest of the discussion. I think the Vice Mayor articulated very clearly what the goal is. And I think if we just simply acknowledge that the goal is to have Class 1 bicycle parking, then that is flexible enough. And as definitions might change or as other technologies become available, then we're not locked into too much specifics. But if we say clearly our goal is the Class 1, then that's an amendment that we could probably entertain this evening. And I'll look to the rest of the staff team to augment that comment. Look like that.
They're
might
shaking
be
their
okay.
head, yes.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Given that Class 1 bike parking could take up more space, then I think we might need to be flexible. I don't know what the definition is. It needs to be within 50 feet of an entry. So I have a concern that it might not fit, or it might be unsightly, because then that takes up the main view of the entry. And, far be it from me to call bike parking unsightly, but, there might be ways to break it up, or maybe if we do, what I would want to do is if we do an amendment, or if we change it to Class 1 bike parking, I want to be more flexible on the location. Is that something that we can do? I don't know how strongly the 50 feet came through.
Thank you. I certainly we can be more flexible, and we can find a number that works better with maybe some additional clarification on what we're trying to achieve. I think there's 2 components of bike parking that we considered when we looked at this, and we went through a lot of documents and decided to try and keep it a little bit simple. And I welcome this conversation. The different components are you've already outlined them. They're the folks that have their bicycle, and it's their bicycle. They're storing it at home and wish to not have it in their apartment or their house, and maybe they don't have a garage, but it's a nice bike and they want to keep it out of the weather and very secure. That's your Class 1. And then folks that are coming over to, if it's a mixed-use development and they're running into a bodega or something to grab, or even a work-live unit where there's more eyes on the street during the day looking over a bike rack. And that's maybe a suggestion to consider as you move forward with this discussion. I'm not sure if you want to separate the two into 2 different discussions, or bifurcate in the actual document between the 2. So there's the resident component, and then there's the visitor component. I think keeping any bike parking near a primary entrance or an entrance to a building is helpful to residents and visitors from a view standpoint, and from just a simple access standpoint of not having to walk across a parking lot and leaving your bike over in the corner of a parking lot.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so when we get to making a motion, I would be in favor of 1 Class 1 bike space per residential unit. And then, especially in mixed use, I think I'm trying to think, on the VTA document, I think per 2,000 square feet of commercial use, or there was some formula that would be Class 2 bike parking. So where there's commercial, but then, as you pointed out with visitors, I think I would like to have some small amount of Class 2 bike parking at a 100% residential development as well. 2 spaces, 4 spaces, and we want to spell out that Class 2. That I would like to. I would like to incorporate the guidelines from the VTA bicycle specifications, because that does talk about it's a U-lock. It requires that the bike be able to be locked through the frame, you know, with a U-lock. It's the inverted U bike rack. But, you know, in addition to a nice bike, a lot of people have e-bikes, and they're not going to be able to carry those up the stairs. They're not going to want to keep them inside their home, you know, inside their 500 square foot condo or something. I mean, we're looking for smaller units. And so I think I would like to be able to incorporate as much language as possible from the VTA guidelines, talking about the bike parking is in a well-lit area, the bikes are protected from weather, and then the quality of the Class 2 bike racks.
Councilmember Hudis?
Thank you. So I think we're onto something with some suggested changes for the bicycle, for the open space, and also for the number of units related to massing. I also think that there are other important considerations that this project so far has been sort of exclusively and exquisitely quantitative approach to objective standards. But objective doesn't only mean quantitative. And so the town of Los Gatos has long relied on neighborhood standards, neighborhood compatibility, hillside, architectural compatibility, as well as historic. And I don't see them as part of this objective standards process. And I believe that these were the fundamental issues that were missing that led to the court imposition of the North 40 application. And in my opinion, which is just my opinion, but I've certainly heard it from many folks, this resulted in an incompatible development that has widespread objections by Los Gatos residents. Some of the comments have been that it is a quasi-brutalist agribox development that has nothing in common with the neighborhoods of Los Gatos and utterly fails the vision statement of the North 40 specific plan itself that was developed by the council. And so I think that we've missed the opportunity to understand the key attributes of the North 40 that could be codified into objective standards to avoid this in the future. And so my question is, you know, is the goal to make it easy to build many more such remarkably incompatible developments in town? And if so, then I think leaving this where it's at would achieve that. I would prefer to see further work done on this to have an approach that mirrors the town's neighborhood, hillside, architectural, and historic standards that have been a very important part of the character of Los Gatos. And many residents, many town leaders devoted a lot of effort to putting those in place, and that to me is missing. So to kind of enumerate the areas that I think would need further work, in addition to the bicycle, the outdoor space, and the massing related to the number of units, I would add to the SB9 and consideration of how SB9 multifamily units would either be governed by this or would be excluded from it, since we anticipate SB9 development. And I would also include continued work on hillside views. I know it's not easy. However, when I went back to the transcripts of the Planning Commission working on this, it appeared that they were under guidance from the consultant who said that we don't have a view ordinance and therefore we're limited. And so, it really didn't go very far, and other ideas were suggested. And certainly architectural styles and types have been recognized by many other communities, including Santa Barbara, that has a long description of how to distinguish between styles, and has included objective standards around that. And it isn't that certain styles wouldn't be allowed, but the styles would be an important part of looking at neighborhood compatibility when a new unit is going in. And then I also believe that there are some unresolved issues about this as a standalone document, and I believe it would create more confusion rather than less, since it doesn't contain all the objective standards in it, and we don't have a plan to revise the other documents at this point. So essentially, what we would be doing is layering another document on top of other documents and making it more difficult to navigate that problem. So I think this is a good start, and I think it addressed some of the technical issues, and I believe that the Planning Commission did a lot of great work in looking at those aspects of it, and that stands. But I also believe that the Planning Commission wasn't really given the direction to work on this to help preserve the character of Los Gatos. And so these other things were left out as we focused on it. So I would have a hard time supporting this as a start without addressing some of these fundamental questions, because I believe this would result in developments that are similar to the North 40 that is widely regarded by residents as something that is not in the character of the town.
So maybe let me ask a question about timing on this. We developed this for in response to state laws. I'm concerned that some of the things that Mr. Hudis is asking for are extremely difficult to do and could be sent in circles for a while and not actually get a document for a long time. So the question is really, how urgent is this? What happens if we don't have this document for another 6 months, let's say?
I believe that we have some limitation on the grant funding that we received to develop this document. Because of the COVID pandemic, there was some extensions that were automatic, and staff has recently requested another extension within their guidelines. There is I'm sorry, I don't have the date in front of me, but there is a hard end to when we need to get this done relative to the grant funding.
And so I assume if we didn't get it done, we'd have to pay the grant back, or I guess maybe we didn't get the grant, they won't give it to us. And what is that dollar amount?
The total grant, correct me if I'm wrong, was $180,000 from the SB2 funding. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but that's the number that's jumping to mind. It was 160 or 180, I believe.
I can expand on that too. So I believe our urgency ordinance expires December 31st of this year. And so if the town does not have an SB9 ordinance in effect, the town is not able to apply standards to multifamily residential projects of any kind.
And through the mayor, just to clarify, currently we're talking about objective standards. The SB9, as Ms. Whelan mentioned, definitely the urgency ordinance expires at the end of the year, which we'll talk about. I would just add that one of the other challenges is, as Councilmember Hudis mentioned, a project like the North 40 can apply, and we're only allowed to apply objective standards. We don't have many of these standards in place currently, so we would be evaluating it based on our existing objective standards. So that's another potential challenge. All that being said, we're happy to take a look at other topics if that is what the council is interested in. and that could be done in a number of different ways. But ultimately, we look forward to the continued discussion.
And I would assume also we have a kind of a bandwidth issue, right? This takes the same people more or less that are trying to work on getting our housing element done, which also has a timeline on it. And any work on the general plan we're not even considering until we get through those.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, it is a staff resource, and depending on the length of time, as Mr. Mullen mentioned, we may be needing additional funds in addition to staff resources, depending on the length of time.
And so one last question. So we could pass something tonight and then come back and work on it some more and modify it in the future when we have more time to get through it.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I think Councilmember Sack, did I see your hand up?
Yes, and I actually was going to mention that. I don't want to speak for the 2023 council, but I do think you will be rather busy with the housing element and with certain other items that are coming up. So I would actually advocate that we move forward with what we have, identify specific areas that requires more work, some more lengthy than others, put it on the strategic plan for the next council to decide, but not put on hold what actually has already been vetted by the Planning Commission. Everything can always be improved, but my concern is when you start to look at different segments of our community and start to try to objectify what fits and what doesn't. I think many years on the North 40, we discussed what is the look and feel, and we were unable to come up with objective criteria, and I just doubt that it could be done within the next 6 months. So, and again, you're going to be running up against several other projects that are going to be higher priority. So I'll wait to hear others, particularly with balcony, but I can make a motion, but I want to make sure I hear other people's comments. So.
Well, I had brought up the balcony thing, and I've been, the question of adding the cost, was my main thought. And when I think about places with balcony, they're usually really much taller buildings. Most likely, buildings of the size we'd build in Los Gatos probably wouldn't be without balconies. So I think that I'm okay leaving the recommended reductions that are already in the document, but I'm a little bit flexible on that. Councilmember Badami wanted to make comments too, I think.
Yeah, my question is really for staff so that I fully understand this. So we're on a time frame that we need to get something approved, or we should approve something by December 31st, or that we would lose grant money. What happens if we continue this item or don't approve it, and this gets pushed into January when we discuss our strategic priorities? I just need to understand the ramifications.
I can speak directly to the grant funding. The grant funding our extension goes beyond December 31st of this year. I believe the town attorney was discussing the requirements to have an SB 9 ordinance in effect by December 31st. I'm not terribly familiar with that side of things. But the grant funds, it's kind of some tricky language, but we've requested an extension beyond December 31st at this point and received feedback from HCD that they're going to work with us on that extension, and we'll provide them more details as we move forward.
Okay, so if we were to consider future amendments, what process would that go through? Going back through the Planning Commission, back to council, which could take weeks, months?
Thank you. Yes, as we're familiar with, we amend every so often the specific pieces of, let's say, the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines. And while, yes, there will be staff time involved, it would not be the time that was involved to develop the entire document. When you're looking at a specific component, such as, I'll use the bike parking on one end of the spectrum, that would probably be something that would happen relatively quickly. To Councilmember Hudes, to his points, I think that the changes that he's contemplating would take a significant more amount of time.
Okay, I have one more comment, because I don't know how this is going to go tonight, but I do want to make a housekeeping item, and that would be on page 9, A-10B, and I would suggest replacing the word cannot with shall not, and that was also a desk item provided by Ms. Quintana.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I think we can always make things better. I think some of the comments made by Councilmember Hudes, I mean, the fact that maybe Hillside wasn't considered, that's something and the views we can look at a future time. I think his concerns and some people's concerns with the way the North 40 looks, some of that is opinion, but some of it is due to the fact that we didn't have any of these objective standards in place. And so if people are unhappy with that, we've now got objective standards that will improve the look of things. And I don't want to sit here and wait another 6 months or a year under a lack of objective standards as projects might come forward. I think we need to put into place what we can right now and then look at some timeline in the future to improve things. I think the tricky thing about objective standards is you're trying to envision a lot of different scenarios. If we are writing something that's going to work for something with anywhere from 4 units to I don't know how many, you can't just spell out exactly how each one is going to look. And there is some, nervousness in that uncertainty. I look at the fact that we had consultants, we had staff, we had many planning commission meetings and input by a collective of architects who made, in my opinion, when I watched the planning commission meetings, the planning commission had to go one more meeting because the architects hadn't had time to review everything, talk to each other, these are community architects, and come back with their changes, most of which were adopted. So I think to this point, the process that led up to this has been really robust, and I think we have a very, very good, we can consider it the first iteration of this, but we have something that we can move forward with right now, and I think that's very important. So I think I would be willing to make a motion, or actually, Councilmember Sayak, you were going to make a motion. Go ahead. Okay, hold on. Now that my iPad has just gone to sleep and I can't read. Actually, if you have it in front of you, go ahead.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Councilmember Sack.
And if I may, Councilmember Badami, you mentioned page 9. I want to make sure I incorporate all these.
A10,
Yes, page
A-10B.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Go ahead.
Page 9, A-10B.
A-10B. And it was replacing cannot to shall not?
Yeah, it's the last sentence in there.
So is it each, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Each ground floor dwelling unit shall?
Let me find it. It's in my notes. A-10B. Okay, the last sentence, it says landscape sections of private recreation space cannot count towards. I suggest we swap out cannot with shall not.
Okay.
It's the last sentence.
Okay. And staff, do you have that captured?
It's
I
actually
do,
on
and
page 8.
Through the mayor would be page 8.
Okay, got it. Okay, so I make a motion. Again, I wanna incorporate all the comments that have already been shared, and thank you to the Planning Commission and to the architects that have weighed in, acknowledging that documents can always be improved, and that there are certain architectural treasures of our community that we want to make sure that we are able to maintain, preserve, and somehow replicate, but look to a strategic priorities to identify how to do that, given the bandwidth that staff have. I do move that we consider adoption of the resolutions that's in front of us, establishing objective standards for qualifying multifamily and residential mixed-use developments, changing the title so that it's clear that this is applicable to those that qualify, even if you want to refer to the specific statute that this is used to meet those standards. I think there are 4 areas that we would like to change from what is before us. It is actually what was on page 8 that Councilmember Badami just referred to. There was one specific one on the maximizing, let's see, page 16 of 27. There was a specific segment, townhomes or row houses shall have no more than 6 contiguous units. So I just asked staff to look at if we could do a dimensional limit. Again, the intent is to break up massing, but not limit the number of units that can actually fit in that mass. I think with respect to bicycle access.
I'm sorry. So if we don't have a specific dimension at the meeting tonight, would it work for the council to delete that section and then we can come back with another section in the future?
Yes, that works so in this amendment.
Or perhaps staff can come up with a dimensional, I mean, you must have had something in mind, no? Okay.
That was a suggestion of Mr. Ford, and I would welcome his input on that.
Okay. Go ahead and keep going.
Okay, with regard to bicycle access, I think the intent, again, is to provide quality bike access that looks good. And so referring to the VTA bike policy is I'm comfortable with that. It sounds like that's what I heard from from Vice Mayor. And, but again, I'm looking for, cues, but I'm looking at the VTA policy and the intent, I think what I heard was that we want to make sure that we have the minimum requirements, but not necessarily prescribe where or where exactly it is.
So for the council's consideration, I also heard discussion about saying that the bicycle parking only for the non-residential and visitors shall be located within 50 feet of the primary building entrance. Is that correct? Or was it the council's intent to delete 2.1, which says bicycle parking shall be located within 50 feet of at least one primary building entrance?
I'm going to ask someone to second it with clarification on that. But again, my motion is to acknowledge that we want higher quality bicycle parking, but also having the aesthetics of it look nice and blend with the building. And then I think the other area that we discussed was private recreation space versus community, and that the decrease that the Planning Commission provided based on what was the starting point was sufficient. So that's my motion. I'm willing to entertain amendments if necessary.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I'll second the motion, and what I would, if I would ask if we can state that the bike parking would follow the VTA Bicycle Technical Guideline, Chapter 10, and it's the most recent iteration. And in there it spells out where Class 1 and Class 2 bike parking should be placed. Do you accept that amendment?
And I do accept that amendment. Thank you.
So are you sure you want to say Chapter 10 because they may rewrite it and it may become another chapter?
Okay, the VTA Bicycle Technical Guideline, chapter on bicycle parking. Chapter 10 happens to refer specifically to parking. So, and it's just been amended. So if we capture that language.
Town manager, you had a comment?
That's fine for bicycle parking, and we can refer to the date of the document as needed. I just wanted to go back to the part of the motion about the dimensional limit. I see that our consultant is available. I think to the town attorney's point that if we want to set that dimensional limit, we need to do so tonight, or else tonight we just remove the 6-unit concern.
So we'll let the consultant see if he has any thoughts.
Yes, I think when we developed that, we were thinking 100 to 120 feet maximum. but I'm also comfortable with deleting it completely. But if we wanted to go with the metric, that's what we were thinking.
And so I go to staff, what is, my goal is to limit mass but not limit units. So what's preferred?
Thank you. I think the simplest thing would be to delete it. If that's not supported by the council, we could certainly input 120 feet and see if that causes any challenges in the future and come back with an amendment if so needed, as we do with other living documents in the town.
Okay. So my motion will be just to delete that sentence.
Okay.
And accept the requested changes on the bicycle chapter, so forth.
That's correct. Huh?
Here's the question.
And so did you finish with your second?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
Let's go to Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. I am supportive of the changes that have been suggested so far, but I think that this is a good beginning and it's incomplete, and I think it actually puts us in the worst of both worlds, because now we are saying these are our objective standards. If an application comes in and meets those, that's it. And that means that we haven't thought about SB 9 applications that are going to come in, that are going to be applied to this. That means that we're not considering hillside view protections. We're not thinking about improvements on the way we evaluate architecture. These things have been used by other communities, Santa Barbara, Windsor, El Monte, Sutter Creek, all have objective standards relating to architectural style. The problem is that if we say this set is our objective standards, then it's difficult for us to then say other things are objective standards as well, and therefore we would reject this. So this would actually allow projects to come in at the lowest common denominator of objective standards that we would have. I'm concerned that not having our consulting architect even take a look at this means that the questions about the architectural changes that are being suggested haven't really been vetted against other projects that he has evaluated over the years. And I believe that little local input was really sought from the Planning Commission, that they were asked to do a guided technical review rather than thinking about how these standards could emphasize the character of our town. And I think that objective standards should not only be a shortcut for development, but can also distinguish between projects that fit the town and those that do not fit. And without the additional work on objective standards and saying, this is it, I am concerned that we are opening the door to essentially what we saw in the North 40, which was insufficient, and we got the North 40, and as written, these objective standards further the goals of some for over-densification, resulting in plowing under our small town character and further Los Angelizing Los Gatos. And so I think this is a shortcut for development without looking at the full set of objective standards that we need, and so I cannot support the objective standards in this form.
Okay, other comments? Let's go to Mary first. Councilmember Badami.
Yeah, my inclination was to continue the item and do a little more work on it, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. As far as amendments go, I'm not resting comfortably as to how soon we can get amendments done, because I think that there still is work that needs to be done. And having chaired the Planning Commission hearings on the North 40 and still hearing about the anger from the residents with these boxy architecture, I don't want to be responsible for more North 40 lookalikes. So I'm not going to support the motion as well.
Vice Mayor?
Can I ask a question of staff?
Yes.
Okay, so if we continue this and say we don't finish it for 2 years or 3 years or whatever, in the next months, if a project comes forward and we don't have objective standards, what happens? Is it required to go through a discretionary process, or?
The town would only be able to apply the existing objective standards that are elsewhere in the town code.
And those are what allowed the North 40 to look like it does, and is my question. I mean, it sounds like what we're doing is trying to improve what can move through, and not moving forward tonight will cause any large projects or projects that come forward that want to be streamlined. If they can comply with the existing standards we have, they can just go forward. Is that correct?
That's right. So we have existing standards as documented in the cover sheet of the document before you in our town code, hillside design guidelines, residential design guides, et cetera. But not all of them are quantified, and only those quantifiable objective standards are allowed under SB 35 and some of the other recent laws. North 40 is a specific plan, so it has additional objective standards that only apply to that area. And as we've learned, even those objective standards weren't enough to satisfy some of the concerns that we're hearing from our community today. So tonight before you is additional objective standards. There certainly seems to be more work that could be done, but without them, then we would be essentially where we were with North 40.
Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, follow-up for the town manager. Could you direct me to where it states that objective standards must be quantifiable? Because I don't see that in the code.
This is a fundamental issue that we've been discussing for years. And I know we had some past council members that also did not agree that that objective standards were quantifiable. I believe HCD has since supported our interpretation that objective needs to be quantifiable. It needs to be something that can be replicated over and over again. And it looks like there may be some other guidance that staff has in their documentation to mention.
Thank you. So according to state law, an objective standard is standards that involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and are uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion available and knowledgeable by both the development applicant or proponent and the public official prior to submittal, which is from Government Code Section 65913.4.
Go ahead, Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. And I believe that's the basis for communities that I've mentioned, like Santa Barbara and Windsor and Sutter Creek and others, to put the effort into developing objective standards that meet that criterion but are not necessarily quantifiable. And I think that the assumption that it has to be quantifiable is what led to the outcome that we have tonight, where we're not able to look at other important objective standards. And so my concern is, again, that if we were to pass this as it is, it lowers the bar and says this is our set of objective standards, and these other things are not necessarily objective. It puts us on a poorer footing when it comes to our hillside design development standards and guidelines and other important documents of the town. So again, that's why I would not be supporting this at this time. I don't think it'll help.
I guess I'm debating. I think I would disagree with the use of language. I think what Mr. Hudis asked for is quantifiable. He was talking about things like what architectural styles could be near other types of architectural styles. You could create a document and it's either it is or it isn't. That's quantifiable in my mind. It's still a quantifiable, but it's a different type of quantifiable. So I guess I'm sort of supporting the idea of staff to think of it that way. Yes, it's quantifiable, but it's quantifiable in a yes, it fits or it doesn't fit based on, let's say, a table or something else that's created. Any further comment? Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I guess the concern I have is that Los Gatos has pretty eclectic architecture, and most of what we are is single-family homes. And so if, you know, I've spent a lot of time in Santa Barbara. It's tile roof and white stucco. And so if we tried to put objective standards talking about architecture type, we would have to get really deep into it. Well, this is what the roof pitch needs to be on this style. And if it's a 20-unit housing unit versus 20-unit building versus a 4-unit building, we're going to need different standards for each of those. I just think we're going to go right down a rabbit hole. And I also don't think, you know, if I look at downtown Los Gatos, the buildings, the commercial area, we have every kind of architectural type down there, and kind of each one is high quality, but, well, they're not all high quality. They're an interesting mishmash. But I would just be afraid that, are we going to define one neighborhood or one quadrant of town can only be Spanish Mission and another can only be Victorian? And how the heck do you do a Victorian 16-plex? I'm not saying it's not worth pursuing, but I think if we stop tonight and don't do anything, we're leaving ourselves with below the lowest common denominator. If this is the lowest common denominator, then a lack of any kind of standards is going to leave us open to even worse architecture. I don't understand.
Councilmember Hudis?
Yeah, if I could just explain a little bit about the architectural styles and how they would come into play and how they do come into play now. It's in the neighborhood compatibility. It's not saying that this area has to be one architectural style and this has to be another, but our existing standards for commercial and residential development talk about neighborhood compatibility, and they talk about the 225. And when you look at those, one of the things you look at is that architectural fit one of the elements that you're looking at? So it's not about saying what's allowed in Los Gatos or not. It's about when you're making an assessment of neighborhood compatibility, can you use architectural style as one of those? And I believe that some other communities have done work to define several types of architectural styles. The Santa Barbara one I found very readable and understandable, and they basically had, well, I won't go into the detail of it, but I believe that those criteria, and they have put them in as objective standards that meet the state's requirement. Whether we call it quantifiable or not, I'm not hung up on that, but I do think that it has to meet the state criteria that that Mr. Mullen described. So, yeah. So that, I just wanted to explain how architectural style weaves into all of this from my perspective.
And I'll add a little bit on to my thinking. When we talk about neighborhood compatibility, size and massing is always one, and I don't think we have anything in here that we have things to make the mass look like less, but a lot of times it's more about, let's say we talked about the housing units we put where the Elks Lodge was on Winchester. And I go and I look at that spot and I see large buildings. I see the fire department building, actually on two sides large. I see big overhead power lines. Lots of things are big. So that says to me, you can create something that's big because it fits in. If it was all single-story, single-family homes and somebody wanted to then put in a 3-story building, that's not compatible at all. So, I think we could work on, I realize it's going to be difficult and you're going to have to draw a line somewhere, but we could work on something that says within the 522 or whatever you want to do, you can't have something that's more than 200% larger than anything else, or something like that to, that is a quantifiable number that we'll have to come up with what is the line, but it works towards that neighborhood compatibility that we work on in the back of our head, but we've never actually said what it is. So I agree with Councilmember Hutis that there's more work that we could do to get towards that, but I disagree with rejecting the work that's been done now for many of the reasons mentioned, that it is better than what we have. I also don't think that we're going to get anything done before January. We know that work on the housing element's going to take priority. January priority setting is going to come. I think if this is really important, that council members can push this to the top of the list in our January priority setting. Like I said, I don't think we would get much work done before January with all the other stuff that has to get done. So we would just, if this is really important, we'll push it to the top of the list for January, and try to push it forward as we have more bandwidth. On the things that I actually think getting the housing element done is probably more important. The penalties are even greater if that's not done on time. I also worry about losing the $180,000 grant with our budget concerns. I don't want to just frivolously throw away $180,000. So I am for moving ahead with what we have, but again, I agree with Councilmember Hutis that there probably some more work we could do on compatibility kinds of things and making them in some way quantifiable. Other comments? Okay, I'm going to call this 3-2 question. All those in favor say aye and raise their hand. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
No. So it passes 3-2 with Councilmember Sayak, Vice Mayor Risto, and Mayor Rennie in the affirmative, and Councilmember Badami and Councilmember Hutis in the negative. So I'm going to close this item, and I purposely didn't give anybody a bathroom break so they would get through it. But we are about an hour past our bathroom break, so we're going to we have 2 more items, 1 regular item and 1 consent item still to go, but I'm going to take a 10-minute break before we continue working on those, so we're going to come back probably 2 minutes after 10. I know we're all having fun getting to know each other again now that we're back in person, but still got a little work to do tonight. So if we get through it, then we can go back to getting to know each other better. We're going to move on to item number 12, which is receive an update on our community outreach activities for our Highway 17 bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing project. And I will turn it over to Michelle Quinley, it looks like.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Rennie and Town Council members. My name is Michelle Quinney, and I am the town's project manager for the Highway 17 bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing project. The item before you tonight focuses on just one very important aspect of the proposed project, which is to select the actual bridge type for the new bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing of Highway 17. The bridge type selected tonight will then be moved forward along with the other aspects of the project into the final design phases. You can go to the next slide. I have a brief PowerPoint presentation to go through with you tonight that will walk you through a bit of the background of the project, a brief summary of the bridge type selection process, including the community, stakeholder, and technical input, which has led the project team to the resultant recommendation of the concrete box girder as the bridge type to be used for future design. The next slide. This project is supported by a very substantial and professional project team, including many different disciplines as needed for a project of this magnitude. Listed here are team members that are here tonight and will be available to answer any questions following the presentation. Next slide. To orient everyone, the aerial here shows the entire project limits, which stretch between Roberts Road West and Roberts Road East. Fisher Middle School, Vasona Lake County Park, and the Los Gatos Creek Trail are all active uses that are adjacent to the project site. The project not only includes the design of the dedicated bicycle and pedestrian bridge at this location, but also the bridge approaches and modifications to the existing roadway. However, for tonight's actions, we will be focused on the area highlighted in orange, which is the proposed bicycle and pedestrian bridge. Next slide. I thought it would be good to, or useful to, review the adopted purpose and need for the project, which is to improve mobility across Highway 17 in the vicinity of Blossom Hill Road, to improve safety for all modes of travel, provide a safe route to school, and promote active transportation and reduce traffic congestion. The next slide provides a quick review of some of the key project actions taken to date. The project was first initiated in 2017 when the need for the improvements were identified in the town's bicycle and pedestrian master plan. In 2020, the project purpose and need was approved. The bridge location and 3 bridge type alternatives were identified for further development, and a community engagement plan was approved by council. Again in 2020, the project was identified as a priority project in the town's bicycle and pedestrian master plan update. Additionally, that year, the town was awarded Measure B grant funds in the amount of $2.7 million for project design. In 2021 and 2022, the project initiation and community outreach phase, which is phase 1 of the project, began and is now nearing completion with the submittal of the project initiation document to Caltrans and the culmination of the bridge type selection process that we are presenting tonight. The next slide. You can go one more. The bridge type selection process included the 3 bridge types shown here: the concrete box girder, the steel flat truss, and the steel arch truss. The renderings shown here, of course, are not meant to represent the final design features or colors, but were used to help the project team begin to gauge the relative level of support for each bridge type. The next slide. In order to complete the bridge alternative analysis, the project team identified 2 main components to that analysis. The first main component was the overall support for each bridge type from the community and stakeholders. And the second component was the ability of each bridge type to meet a set of critical technical criteria that would be important to the town. The next slide. In order to gauge the stakeholder and community support for each bridge type, The project team developed an approach to raise overall project awareness within the community through a variety of engagement opportunities. This allowed the team to collect input on the level of support for each bridge type from a very broad and diverse sample of the community. Throughout the process, regular updates have been provided to the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, and their input and support has been extremely valuable to the project development. On the next slide, you can see from the list of events and community engagement activities conducted how diverse the opportunities held over the past year have been. The project team believes the process did return results from a very wide and representative cross-section of the community. Additionally, the project team used a variety of methods to get the word out regarding the engagement opportunities. This included direct mass mailings, social media posts using Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, Nextdoor. Physical signage was placed at the project location and along Los Gatos Creek Trail and Vasona Park. School newsletters were provided updates, and the project page was updated, and notified messages were sent to all the project page subscribers. Reactions ranging from strongly supportive to not supportive at all for each bridge type were collected at each community event. Following the collection of the input from the stakeholders in the community, the project team developed a thorough and thoughtful quantitative evaluation process that allowed the feedback from all participants to be included in the final analysis. A summary of that evaluation process is included as attachment 1 in your council report tonight, and it has also been posted on the project page for those that are interested in the details of the evaluation process. Next slide. Based on the review of the stakeholder and community input, the concrete box girder was the bridge type that received the highest level of support. Next slide. The project team recognized that certain technical criteria related to each bridge type would be critical to the town for construction, operation, and maintenance of the future improvement, and that each bridge type could have a different degree to which they would satisfy those criteria. For example, project construction cost was determined to be a very critical technical criteria for the town, as the higher the construction cost, the more difficult it would be for the town to develop a funding plan for the construction. And this is a list of the critical technical criteria that we came up with. Other items, though, such as safety and security, user-friendliness, potential environmental impacts, Caltrans standards, the ability to meet Caltrans standards, utility and right-of-way constraints were also determined to be critical technical considerations. However, since there was no significant difference between the ability of each bridge type to meet those criteria, they were eliminated from the final evaluation process. Next slide. Again, based on a similar review of the technical considerations, the concrete box girder was again the bridge type that received the highest level of support. Excuse me. Next slide. Based on the input from both the stakeholder and community support and the review of the technical criteria, the recommended bridge type is the concrete box girder. Examples of several local bicycle and pedestrian overcrossings using the concrete box girder are shown here for your reference. Once the bridge type has been determined and approved by council, the project team can then begin the process of final bridge design, which will again include significant community and stakeholder involvement as the various aesthetic features are considered. Next step. Next slide. The next steps. Currently, the project is wrapping up phase 1 and is now moving into phase 2, which will include the preliminary engineering and environmental approvals. It is estimated that that process, the phase 2 process, will take approximately 1 year. The final design, phase 3, will follow and is also anticipated to take approximately 1 year. The project is currently funded, the design project is currently funded through the completion of phase 3 through the final design. During phase 2 and phase 3, town staff will continue to identify and pursue grant funding opportunities for the project construction phase, which is phase 4, and the final phase of the project, which is currently unfunded. Next slide. Future community engagement will continue during the upcoming design phases and is anticipated to include outreach events to gauge support for various project amenities, such as options for specific architectural details, colors, materials, landscaping, lighting, and signage, etc. Next slide. This concludes my presentation. You can go back one to the questions. Oh. Anyway, this concludes my presentation, and we are available for questions you may have.
Any questions before I go to the public on this item? Seeing none, I will open up item number 12 to public comment. If anybody in the room wishes to comment, please come forward. I see one. And online, if you'd like to comment, please raise your virtual hand. Go ahead and come up and speak, and then hand your card to the clerk afterwards, or now, either way.
Oops. Uh-oh. I guess I'll hold it.
Sounds good. That works too.
Okay. Good evening. My name is June Beeler. I've been a resident of this town for over 50 years, and somehow I wasn't in the loop of all these meetings that have been developed and gone on about this concrete improvement to the overpass on Blossom Hill Road. In the time that I've lived here, I don't think there has ever been a problem with the pedestrians or a bicyclist on that part of the road. I don't know, maybe I've missed knowing about an accident or somebody being hurt. But to me, I'll use this word overkill. I think this.
Please keep the mic next to your face
I'm
so
sorry.
that people at home can also hear you.
Yeah, I just think it's overkill. I think it's too much for what is necessary. Truly, I don't think there has been a problem. There's other areas on Blossom Hill on the way to Union, going east on the way to Union, and people bicycle there, but it's a very narrow place. It's very dangerous on that section of the road, as well along University going by Vasona. People walk there and people ride their bikes there, and it's a very narrow space with the 2-lane road. Those are the areas that I think need to be improved rather than what this is. The main thing, it's going to be bicyclists and pedestrians. Why do you need a heavy concrete overpass? Why do you need that when it's no trucks, no buses, no vehicles are going to be traveling on that new overpass? So that concerns me a lot. Regarding, the time involved here, the cost involved here. And I think there's other ways that could be, make sure that the bicyclists are safe. What's wrong with just putting a fence between the vehicles and the bicyclists? And when you have an area that is wide, I saw it in the picture, a bicycle is going both directions. Bicyclists are supposed to go with the road, with the way of traffic. So they're being directed onto, I'll say, the southern side of the overpass, rather than with, they'd be going with the traffic this way, they'd be going with the traffic that way. But now they're going, what happens to them when they're on the far side over by, the boulevard or over by University? What do? Cross the street and get back where they're supposed to follow with the traffic? Anyway, I just think that if you wanted to widen the area for a pedestrian, I have seen overpasses where you cantilever a section for people to walk. You don't need a heavy-duty concrete structure. That's my opinion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions for Ms. Beeler? I don't see any, so thank you for speaking. Would anybody else wish to address us on this item? Don't see any more people coming forward in the room, and online we have 4 attendees, no hands raised, so I'll close public comment and come back to council for questions and a motion, hopefully. Councilmember Hudis.
Thanks. And we're being asked to evaluate several options for an overcrossing, and I will have some questions about what it will cost, what the town's portion of the cost is. But I wanted to go back to the fundamental. What effort has the town made to improve bike and pedestrian access, by replacing the existing Blossom Hill overcrossing to meet height requirements so that we don't have another truck crashing into this overcrossing. And in replacing it, providing an integrated bike and pedestrian lane that's separated, that would be just as safe. What efforts have been made? Have we applied for VTA grants for this? Going back, this sounds like this started in 2017. What efforts have we made to fix the fundamental issue there rather than build something next to it?
So thank you for that question. I would like to start off by saying that the feasibility study that was conducted did take a look at the existing bridge structure and possibilities for adding bike lanes or widening the structure. It was not possible to widen the structure without replacing it completely. The process for replacing it completely would need to go through Caltrans as a regional project, and it was not on their priority list. And so there was a lot of effort and coordination with Caltrans in the beginning and the feasibility stage. And that feasibility study is posted on the project page, a link to it, so that it can be reviewed. So for those reasons, and there was the need also that was developed in the master plan, the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, to provide some improved access across Highway 17 at Blossom Hill Road. And the urgency of that, the decision was made that we wanted to move a project forward so that we could have those improvements sooner rather than have to wait 10, 20, 30, 40 years for Caltrans to come around to raising the structure. And the question has come up frequently, and our designers have been dealing with that question quite often. I can ask them if they have any other.
Go ahead with follow-up.
Yeah, I just wonder whether we could have applied for grants to do this properly. I agree that there's a safety issue there. I agree that something needs to be done to get our bikers and pedestrians across 17 at that point. But, and I understand that it would have been low on Caltrans' priority list, but could we not have applied for a grant to help with that rather than wait for Caltrans to fund it or hope that the town would be able to fund that entire thing?
I would like to refer to Jagi, our project manager from BKF, because as I said, he has been involved with the project, understands the feasibility study, and can probably give you a more concise answer.
Thank you, Ms. Quinney.
Hello, everyone. So as Michelle mentioned, there were a lot of discussions with Caltrans early on in the process, and those discussions started off with the purpose and need for the project, which was mainly concentrated on improving bike and pedestrian connectivity across Highway 17. So when we first began the feasibility study and the discussions with Caltrans, it was mainly focused on finding alternatives that promoted that purpose and need. And the most economical alternatives that we evaluated were to build a separate structure independent of the existing structure, because replacing the existing structure, did not meet the bicycle and pedestrian needs, as well as, the undertaking to replace that existing structure would be significantly more costly and invasive and impactful to the community. Like Michelle mentioned, the existing bridge does not meet Caltrans standards today, so replacing it would require raising it, and that creates several issues with some of the connection points with access to the existing properties located on both sides of the bridges, and also the utilities that are located underneath the roadways. So it's a significantly different type of project than what the purpose and need statement was really focused on, and that's really where our concentration was with Caltrans.
And this is Nicole Burnham. I also just want to add that, I mean, if we were to pursue replacing the bridge and pursue grant funding for it, we would still have the same challenges we have now with match and the need to match, provide town funds to meet the match requirements of any grant program. They would just be that much bigger because full replacement of the bridge is that much more expensive.
Go ahead.
I guess the question I had then is, the design for this bridge, this overcrossing that's next to the existing vehicular overcrossing, does it meet height requirements? And so its surface will be significantly higher than the existing overcrossing?
It will be designed higher, and it will be designed to meet the Caltrans clearance requirements. So yes, it will be higher. I believe, we're in the conceptual stages right now, but I believe the difference in elevation was about 6 feet, depending on which bridge type is selected. That was, I think, for the concrete bridge. And there are renderings, video renderings that are posted on the project page that kind of give the user the experience of going across, and you can see the different height elevation.
So the bicyclist will be 6 feet higher than the vehicles. Is that correct?
I think that's a pretty fair statement. Again, we're in conceptual design, but that's relatively. Is that right?
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of things. The grant funding that we have for this bridge is primarily clean air and bike and ped type money, correct?
This is, the grant funding for this project is Measure B.
Okay, and okay, so that was specifically for bike and ped. If we were to look at grant, I don't know if you have the numbers, but does anyone have an order of magnitude idea of what it would cost to build a car bridge? And also, what, if any, grants are available to do that? Because I'm assuming they're not the same grants.
Yeah, for that I'm going to refer back to Jaggi.
Yes, you're correct. With the replacement of the existing bridge, you would not qualify for the bike and pedestrian active transportation grants that were provided. The undertaking, like I was saying, would be considerably different, and the rough order of magnitude for that type of replacement would be, considerably larger.
Like double, 10 times? Do you have any idea?
It's tough to say because we haven't evaluated every, technical issue associated with that. But I would say, definitely north of double or triple. Okay, and then I had another question. Oh, it's in the report, but if you could call it out. The bridge is a substandard height, so the auto bridge right now that has what can't be called a bike lane, but a place for bikes and a narrow sidewalk, that height does not meet Caltrans standards. So can you remind us what the height of a compliant auto bridge would be? And then, if I recall correctly from the report, any separate bike and ped bridge actually has to be at a higher height. And I've been on quite a few new bike bridges recently, so could you let us know what those numbers are, please? Yeah, absolutely. Your recollection's correct. So the Caltrans standard for a standard, roadway vehicular bridge needs to be 16 and a half feet clear above the, finished surface of the freeway below. And the requirement for bike and pedestrian bridges is 2 feet above that, given that it's typically a smaller structure. So they build that factor of safety in there, and the requirement's 18 and a half feet. So that factors into the rough, differences in height that Michelle was just noting. But I just wanted to clarify, the 6 foot height that was quoted is more on the extreme end. The height difference actually varies across the freeway, as shown in the renderings that are available on the town website.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hudis?
Has the design for this new overcrossing considered the safety implications of the possibility of another truck slamming into the substandard overcrossing. And I know that it doesn't happen every month, but it did happen in the last couple of years, and it seems to happen, it happened in that particular direction, so the orientation of where the new bike and ped is being placed, has that considered the possibility of another truck accident?
So, yes, the new bridge structure, the bicycle and pedestrian structure, will be located to the south and a ways away from the existing bridge structure. And the extra height is to provide that clearance for vehicles traveling on Highway 17. So I can't guarantee that a truck won't hit the existing bridge structure, the vehicle bridge structure. Hope that it doesn't, but the pedestrian bridge structure should be clear of any conflicts of that nature.
Thank you.
I think there's a number missing in there that I be interested in. It sounds like the requirement is 16.5 for a Caltrans bridge, but we're not at 16, aren't we? At 14 something, and you're talking about building it at 18, so that it's probably going to be. I may have my numbers wrong, right? But it sounds like it's going to be at least 4 feet higher than the current bridge. Okay, yeah, good enough.
Yes, that's close.
Let's see. Did I go to public comment on this? Not yet. I did do. Okay, there was nobody. Or there was. I've already forgotten. All right, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
The other thing I wanted to just ask staff to refresh us, because I don't think it's a non-trivial concern about the possibility of a truck hitting the auto bridge, and that's out of our control. That's a Caltrans issue. But I do want to remind us that it wasn't just a truck that hit it. It was a truck carrying an excavator where the excavator was not properly put down all the way. So it was essentially operator error, and it wasn't, oh, there are trucks that are normally this tall that usually avoid 17, and they made a mistake and didn't read the height and ran into it, which I've seen happen in viaducts in Chicago a lot. It was an operator error where equipment was on the back of a truck and it was not properly put down. And hopefully that'll never happen again. I'm sure it'll never happen with that company again, but it is a much more of an outlier incident. It's still a concern, and as somebody who was on the BPAC and who saw this bridge crossing come forward with the Safe Routes to School study first and then get adopted into the Bike and Ped Master Plan, I think the goal that everybody had at first was how do we utilize the existing bridge and enhance it for bike and ped access? And that became impossible. VTA would not allow us to cantilever it or do any kind of additional structure to it without then bringing it up to the correct height. So that disappeared very quickly. And then it became VTA doesn't even have this on their plan. And so we can either pursue a bike and ped bridge to serve people that are going to Oak Meadow, to Visona, to the middle school, to high school, to all the directions. I mean, it's the central and the best way to cross 17 in town and probably the most used. And it needs a lot of improvement. And so the only way we could really achieve that, unfortunately, is with an entirely separate structure. And so I do give staff a huge amount of credit for exploring, along with the commissions, all the possibilities, because this wasn't the first thought on Blossom Hill Road. This is the only thing that seems like it'll work. And there was a lot of work done to secure funding, and the fact that we got grant funding says this project has merit. It has demand. This will solve a true existing problem. So I feel like we're at a really good place. I think we're not going to be able to even find out if there's funding for the construction phase until we get further through the design and make it shovel ready. And we've already, got a pathway to get through phase 3. So I don't know if other people have questions, but I would like to make a motion, unless there's...
Go ahead and make a motion. We can...
So with all of the robust input that was done, and I like the fact that a variety of parameters were looked at, including cost, because I know that was a concern of people, but maintenance and everything else, and the way that you weighted the input and the relative importance of all of the different factors, the concrete box girder seems to be the clear winner, and thank goodness it's the least expensive. So I move to approve the design to go forward with the concrete box girder for the Highway 17 Blossom Hill bike and ped overcrossing.
Okay, would somebody like to second? Councilmember Sack? I have a second. Councilmember Hudis, did you want to make more comments, questions?
I had some other questions
Go ahead.
on the costs and the finances.
Go ahead.
Because I want to be sure that we're able to do whatever it is we're trying to do here. And so some of the numbers have moved around, and I'd like to understand what is the total cost to complete by phase, what is the match dollar and percentage for what has been expended to date, and how much we anticipate in the future. So I saw some numbers in the report, but what I was not able to really get at is the question that I've asked is, what's the total cost to complete by phase? What's the match amount and percentage? And what's been expended to date, and how much match has been in dollars and percentage?
So in front of me right now, I do not track the project costs by phase, but rather by task. I can tell you that the total design costs are $3,935,000 some change, so about 3.9. To date, we've spent about close to $800,000, and that includes the feasibility study. And that was as of the end of September, I believe. So there will be a couple more months of expenditures coming. The other questions you asked were the match.
Yeah.
Our match that is required for the project is 30% per the funding agreement that the town has executed with VTA for Measure B funds. And to date, we have collected or invoiced about $400,000 of that. We have requested reimbursement of $420,000 from the grant.
That is to date, that would be partway through design, is that correct? And what about, what's the cost to complete, and what is the match that we anticipate to complete?
Well, again, the total cost is the $3.935 million. So if we spent $800,000 to date, it's about 3.1 left remaining. And the total match is 30%. That is what's required for the grant.
Well, I'm talking about the whole project.
Oh, if you're talking construction, we have not, we've not factored in construction at this point. You know, it will depend on the bridge type selected. It'll depend on further design. Costs will change as we move forward in design. And so that cost has not been factored in. I was just giving you the design costs.
Okay, so I would just ask, in previous capital reports, we saw 25 million and we saw 42 million. Are those estimates, or are you saying those are not things we should rely on now?
No, those are order of magnitude estimates, and they have changed as the project has developed. They've changed some with COVID and supply chain and inflation and costs of steel rising. So there have been factors that have changed the construction cost estimate. They are order of magnitude, And as far as matching funds for what is going to be required, that is going to depend on the types of grants that the town is able to pursue and how creative we can be with finding grants that will also act as matching funds for other grants. So I can't give you a percentage of local match that will be required. I think in the report it gives a range of 10 to 30, I believe, is what was in there. But
well, I saw 25 in one part of the report, and we had an earlier item tonight that was a 20% match. Obviously, different grants. I guess the fundamental question that I have is, what's the probability that the currently grant-supported design phase will result in an unfunded design project with no reasonable chance of funding the subsequent phases of construction? In other words, what's the probability that we end up with an unfunded project?
Well, I would like to say that I feel like we're in a pretty good position with having been awarded the funding for the design of the project. That puts you in a much better position, your shovel-ready project, for future grants. And I was talking with Joggy today, and he was mentioning that the VTA has included this as one of their top 3 projects for moving forward into construction. So we as staff are feeling pretty confident that there would be abilities for construction funding. Again, the town will have to get creative and be able to use certain grant funds as local match for other grant funds. And again, like I said, the ability to obtain grants often depends on if you have a shovel-ready project, and if you want to put in more local match, you'll have a better chance of getting funding. But I don't know if that answers your question. I would say that staff is feeling pretty good about.
Go ahead.
Like I said, I would really like to find a way that the town can see this through, but I think we're going to need to understand a little bit better you said you're not able to tell us what grant percentage we might assume on the construction phase, but we've been running 30% on the design phase. Does the selection of a type get us closer to a construction cost? Because I saw construction costs ranging from 25 million to 42 million in a period of about 14 months of staff reports that I saw. So does this selection that's being recommended steer us more toward the 25 or more toward the 42? I'm assuming that's only construction. And will that decision help us get to one of those numbers? Or, is there any clarity that we'll get from selecting a design type today?
So the concrete box girder does have the lowest construction cost estimate. And currently, just for the construction cost, that sits at around 25 million. And the steel options are, I would say, significantly more expensive, 36, 38 million, in that range. And those are our current cost estimates. And again, those can change, especially in these economic times. But to answer your question, the cheapest option would probably be the most easiest to find grant funds for. So the concrete box girder would satisfy that.
Thank you. And just to summarize, if I could understand, we are planning to expend 3.9 million for design, of which the town is contributing 30% of that. And then if we select this design, we would then be looking at a construction cost of 25 million, and we don't have an estimate of what the grant percentage would be on that, but we would not proceed, I assume, if we didn't have grants. I'm trying to figure this out so that I can understand what we need to do in our capital project planning.
Yes, I don't believe the town would be able to proceed without grant funds for the project.
So it's 25 plus 3.9 is 28.9, is that correct?
Yes, well, the design has already been funded. The design, we are funded through the design with the Measure B grant and the town's participation on that part of the project.
So that's 3.9 plus 25 is 28.9, is that correct?
Okay, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So if I could give my imagined scenario, and you can tell if I'm too imaginative, I can imagine that the next time we have a recession, the federal government says we need to pull us out of the recession. We're going to give some Rebuild America funds with some new name to it. And shovel-ready projects would be very eligible because they always want to get people back to work right away. So I can imagine getting potentially, if we have a shovel-ready project, we've finished our design, we could get a federal grant, which they would then want some match. I don't know what that's going to be, like let's say 25%. Then we could go to Measure B to help us fill that matching part. Measure B then requires some local match or some other match, which might be an OBAG grant, which then might require us to finally put something from our own pocket. So the amount that we actually come up with could be much smaller based on my imaginative scenario. Am I too imaginative?
No, that's the creativity I was talking about that we're going to need. I think that the town will need to fund the project.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Did you make a motion? And I had a second. Yes, it's getting late at night. Which, yes, there was. So thank you for reminding me. I don't see any other comments, so I'll go ahead and call the question then. Go ahead, Councilmember Badami.
So I have a question. I still have concern about the funding on this. You know, obviously I'm going to go for the lower cost option. It makes sense, but I'm kind of worried about having an unfunded project. So will this come before council at a later date to make a decision to prioritize funding on this particular project in hopes of grant money?
I believe that, and I'll refer to Nicole on this, but I believe that before the town would apply for any future grant funds, it would we would come back to council and request authorization to apply for the grant funds.
That's absolutely correct. She's 100% right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now I will call the question. All in favor, please raise your hand. Say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Abstain.
And what would you like to do? A yes? Okay, so I have 4 yeses and 1 abstention from Councilmember Hudes. So it passes 401. And with that, we'll close that item and come back to item number 5, which was pulled from consent calendar, which is the second reading of, I believe, our SB 9 ordinance. You can tell I'm getting tired. And Ms. Armour will take it away.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I am not going to provide any staff presentation this evening, but we are available to answer any questions.
Okay, so I think that's the. If you'd like, I'll go to public comment first on this item. Ms. Cantana, would you like to comment on this item? See, we don't even wait for cards, we just invite people.
I guess I'll just hold it. I really don't have much to add without hearing comments from or questions that you've already made to staff, which we haven't made yet. I'm tired. My brain went to sleep about a half an hour ago. I have lots of notes about the ordinance itself, but at this point and at this time of night and hearing everything we've heard before, I think the key question is, what is the intent of the ordinance? Is it to allow applications to be processed for lot splits under the objective standards and then allow the subsequent building to apply through a discretionary standard review? Or is it my interpretation that if you are using SB9, which covers both lot splits and 2-unit developments, that if you use SB9 for any part of the development, particularly the lot split to begin with, that any subsequent applications also need to be processed ministerially? That's the major question I have.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Quintana? Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this up. You attended many planning commission meetings, and as this developed, is it your impression that this was a drafting error that occurred, or do you believe that it was the intent of the planning commission to allow this decision to be made after an SB9 is approved, lot split is approved?
There was discussion at the Planning Commission meeting. I know Tony Jean spoke to that point. I believe I also spoke to that point, the opposite of Tony Jean's. And I don't think there was exact language given. And it was staff that made the interpretations and the decision of where to put that language, which is buried, I believe, at the very end. Most people wouldn't even catch it. I had trouble finding it again, even though I read it once when I read through it fast, and then I had trouble finding it again. And we discussed this at Democracy Tent on Monday, and I brought that up, and all of us were looking through the thing, or the ordinance, and it was really difficult to find because you would assume it would be in another part of the ordinance than it actually showed up in.
Okay, thank you. I think I have an understanding.
Okay, so looks like no more questions. Thank you, Ms. Quintana. Let me finish, see if there's any other public comment then. It looks like I don't have any more cards in the room, and I don't have anybody online, so I'll close public comment and come back to Councilmember Sayak to ask staff questions. Was it? Okay.
I'll ask it of staff in case staff knows. So and forgive me because it is getting late, is the issue placement of it, or is the issue the fact that an applicant can choose to go with the discretionary versus the objective?
Thank you, Council Member. My understanding from the comments that we have received from Ms. Quintana is a concern that after a project uses an urban lot split application through the SB9 regulations to subdivide a lot into 2 parcels, the question then is what processes are available to them for construction on those new parcels. So in terms of the intent that was Ms. Quintana was just discussing, she said that what is the intent of the ordinance? And as she mentioned, this was discussed at Planning Commission. She shared this thought and asked about it, and we did speak specifically. It is mentioned in your verbatim minutes, and staff did clarify that the way that the ordinance is currently written, there is clarification added that wasn't in the urgency ordinance to specifically state that after an urban lot split is implemented and approved, and you have two new parcels, that those two new parcels could be developed either through a 2-unit development, as with any parcel, or through architecture and site, so that those new parcels do not have additional restrictions on them in terms of the process that they could choose for redevelopment. And that Planning Commission chose to keep that wording as stated.
Any follow-up? No? Okay, Councilmember Hudis?
So I think I understand. What I would like to maybe understand is what are the consequences of this? And so if the intent was to provide affordable by design by limiting the maximum size of a development, where does this kick in? In other words, does this apply to a 5,000 square foot lot that's split? Or does it apply to really large lots that are split where people would then choose to go the discretionary path? If, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, where would people naturally go the discretionary path?
Thank you for that question. I think it really is going to depend on the individual property owner as to which path they choose. The way that the ordinance was written and recommended by Planning Commission, once a new parcel is created, that the property owner, either the previous property owner or a new property owner that parcel was sold to, could choose either to go through the more expensive and discretionary, not guaranteed process, going through the architecture and site. If they choose to do a new house based on the maximum allowed floor area, that would be calculated based on the new parcel size. So it would be a smaller house than would have been allowed under the full property. Or if they would like to go through a ministerial process, then they do have the 2-unit housing development available to them. As in either case, by having this subdivision, we do believe that this follows state law's intent to create additional housing units and variety of housing units where a subdivision may not have been allowed in the past.
Go ahead.
So 2 follow-ups. One is it true that in general an applicant would go the discretionary route on a larger lot and would go the SB9 on a smaller lot because the setbacks and other requirements are considerably less?
We don't have enough data yet to make that determination. At this point, under the urgency ordinance, we've had 6 or 7 urban lot split applications and only 2 applications for 2-unit development. But it is our understanding, based on conversations that we've had with the state, that the intent with these new parcels is to allow them, for example, to use the same floor area that they would be allowed if it was a lot that was created in any other fashion.
Okay, and I did have one last one.
Go ahead.
And that was what are other municipalities doing? Because while some things in our ordinance are unique to Los Gatos, this issue, it seems like every municipality is facing this decision about what do you do after an urban lot split. Do we have any information on what other municipalities and how they're handling this?
I do not have specific examples to that specific question. What I would offer is that some agencies require more review. Our review through the architecture and site process is actually quite extensive. There are many communities that for a new single-family home would just require a building permit without having a discretionary design review process. So it really does vary from one community to the next. I will check in with Director Paulson to see if he has anything more to add.
Looks like a no from him.
He says he does not have anything to add, and batteries did.
And let me ask a question. So one thing I've wondered about, how are you going to keep track of SB9 lot splits? I could easily see somebody in an HR1 split to 2 half-acre lots, which are certainly big enough to then, in 10 years, split again, because you've lost track of that it was an SB9 split, and so they're supposedly eligible for another lot split, kind of thing. How are we going to keep track of that?
That is actually covered in the existing ordinance. A deed restriction is required to be placed on the 2 new parcels, stating that they are not allowed to be further subdivided because they went through this process. And that is actually a specific result of the state regulations, that those should not be subdivided further.
And I think you answered it, but let me ask it again, possibly slightly different. So one of the concerns was, somebody splits the lot and then they go through the discretionary process later on, and our SB9 says the first unit needs to be 1,200 square feet or less so that we keep it affordable. But once they're in the discretionary, they can only really build one house plus an ADU kind of thing. So there's no way around that, correct? Even if we forget that it's an SB9 lot?
Well, there are a couple of things that I would answer to that. One is that we do have a tracking system set up in the same way that we track our accessory dwelling units where there is a permitted ADU. We also are going to be tracking these applications for SB9. And so then in addition to the recording, I'm not sure what your further question was.
It was really about getting around the first we said on an SB9 lot, the first building had to be 1,200 square feet, and I'm trying to figure out if somebody splits a lot and now has a lot with nothing on it and then goes through the discretionary process, whether they can get away with not building that first 1,200 square foot lot.
So yes, if there was an urban lot split, you would then have 2 new units. And there are then multiple possibilities. There could be just a single house built on each of those new lots. There could be a new house and an ADU, which would be similar in size to a potential house built as the first unit through the 2-unit development. Or if they chose a more streamlined process where we don't have as much discretion or neighbor involvement in the process, then they would be limited to having 2 units, and the first would be required to meet that 1,200 square foot maximum building size.
Okay, sounds good. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. When this came up, I thought, maybe I just made a lot of assumptions, but I understood that that was the intent, that we wanted to offer an option, that we were setting up a streamlined way for this to happen where the first unit had to be 1,200 square feet or smaller, that we have a whole list of setbacks and everything else, and the second story has to be 5 feet back if it's not on the street side. And we set all this up saying, okay, this is how you can move forward, understanding that we were also offering the option that if somebody decided there's mitigating factors, there's a forest between their house and the next one, so on the non-street side, they really don't want the 5-foot setback. Or they have a really small lot and they only want to build one house. Or they want to build a 1,400 square foot ADU or something, where all of those come together, that they have the option to go through a discretionary process, understanding that the discretionary process may not allow them to do what they want. There's always uncertainty, and that it would be understood that it was an SB9 lot split. So presumably the hearing bodies would know that, look, this is what they can build kind of by right, but they want exceptions. And that would be up to the Planning Commission, and then potentially, if there was an appeal, the Town Council to decide that those changes are merited. But it by no means that will happen. It just means that somebody's decided, my lot is funky or this process isn't exactly what I want, but they could very well be turned down and have to go to that. So it just seems like we're giving another possibility to create something better if somebody doesn't want to, potentially better if they don't want to go through what would already be allowed. Am I wrong? I mean, I thought that's what we intended, to give two options.
That was staff's understanding of the desire both of Planning Commission and Town Council. In addition, I would put forward the idea that with some of the other public comments that were received tonight, concern about the restrictions of the 30% slope and cut and fill, those sorts of details, if in the hillsides it is difficult to meet these objective standards in the SB 9 ordinance, there is this option that they could go through our standard discretionary process, request those exceptions, rather than being tied to those specific discrete requirements. So it provides some more discretion and flexibility, particularly, I think, in those hillside properties where it might be difficult to develop.
Councilmember Hudis?
Yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move to adopt the ordinance affecting the amendments to Chapter 29 to regulate urban lot splits and 2-unit housing developments in compliance with SB 9. I would suggest that we're not done with SB 9, and we call it permanent, but we know that within 3 months, we're going to be looking at fire safety and affordability and deed restrictions. And I think those should be the focus as were in the original motion at our previous meeting. I think Ms. Chang and Ms. Harin raise interesting points, but I would not suggest that we prioritize those over fire safety and affordability, so that we'll probably be looking at SB 9 in a year's time, I would guess, and that would be more appropriate to address their valuable comments at a later time. And so the motion is simply to adopt. When we do look at it later, it would be really helpful, I think, to understand what other municipalities are doing with this, because there must be 100 other municipalities, and maybe we got there early, I don't know, but it would be really helpful to understand whether they are allowing that sequence of decisions in their SB 9 ordinances. That's not something that's very unique, I don't think, to Los Gatos. So we could hear that when we look at everything at the next time we look at this, but I'm not suggesting in 3 months' time.
So I think that was a motion to adopt and then some suggested comments. I'm looking for a second. Vice Mayor?
I'll second, and I have a request. I don't have the document in front of me, but if it appears that the option to go through the discretionary process is buried, can it be pulled out into a separate paragraph, or maybe that's not true? I'm just wondering if there's something that can be done to make it more clear.
If I may, through the
Go ahead.
mayor, provide some clarification. The location that this requirement or this clarification was included in the ordinance is under the urban lot split, because it is a question of, once an urban lot split is completed, what can be done on that parcel. And so it was a statement included in the process of the urban lot split, clearly stating that those resulting parcels could then be developed either through the 2-unit development or through the discretionary process. So,
Okay, then I have no change to suggest. I'll just second the motion as it stands. Thank you.
Okay, any further comments? I'm going to call the question then. All in favor, raise their hand, say aye. Aye. Looks like it's unanimous. So normally when this is on consent, we don't do a reading by title only. For a second reading, we don't need to do reading by title only, or now that we pull it off consent, do I need to do a reading by title only, or shall we do it just in case?
I think we should read the title into the record.
If I could ask the clerk to do that, please.
Bill. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos amending Chapter 29 zoning regulations regarding 2-unit housing developments and urban lot splits in all single-family residential zones.
All right, thank you. If there's no other comments, then with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. A long night of hard work.